Now you can go.
Okay. I declare open this meeting of and public hearing of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit for the inquiry into the administration of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and I thank the witnesses for being here today. I also, in the room, I believe we have the Deputy Chair, Scott Buchholz, and Ailey France as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
And good morning, team. And I welcome representatives from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your name and the capacity in which you will appear before the committee?
Erin Rule, Acting First Assistant Secretary, NDIS Strategy and Policy Division, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Ross Schaefer, First Assistant Secretary, Carers, Autism Markets and Safeguards at the Department.
Nerissa Stewart, Acting Assistant Secretary, NDIS Strategy and Governance.
Thank you. This hearing's of... Oh, yeah.
Who's got more stripes, the First Secretary or... Okay, thanks. Thanks, Josh.
No. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind all present that as Chair I'll ensure the proceedings are conducted in an ordinarily respectful and courteous way. I further remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Are there any opening remarks before we move to questions?
No, Chair.
All right. So I think where I wanted to start, forgive me, I've just landed back in Melbourne about an hour ago and have just walked in the door, so forgive me for getting organised, but in my notes here in front of me, maybe if I can sort of start with the general question and then we might move into more specifics. What work has the department done with the NDIS to give greater confidence to the department around the accuracy and the sort of high standards of services and billing to the NDIS? And how has the department sort of engaged in that process and what work's going on underway?
Thanks, Chair. So the department's role is to support the government as stewardship of the scheme, and we work through policy, legislative and system design. We do work very closely with the NDI and the Commission on a regular basis. But effectively it's a shared stewardship model. So at all stages we're working very closely with both of those entities in leading the government's policy development around the scheme. And kind of the submission we provided to this committee very much focused on trying to spell out the different roles in that. I think there's such a breadth of policy advice that I guess we have a different approach to different elements. Within the fraud domain, for example, we've been working very closely with the agency and the Commission through the Fraud Fusion Task Force and through policy design to develop a range of extra powers, some of which are included in legislation currently before Parliament to build up that core capability. But Erin, did you want to talk about the financial side?
Thanks, Ross. Mr. Schaefer? Yes, so I suppose there's a few layers to that question. As Mr. Schaefer has indicated, there's work that we do with the agency in administering the current settings of the Act, and the NDIS Act 2013 spells out a role for the Minister, the agency and the Commission. And so we do have that joint stewardship role in terms of responding to community feedback, whether that's through representations, through committees and the like, Perhaps there might be particular instances that are happening in the economy. If I think about the recent fuel crisis, for example, where we need to take a joint approach across the department, the agency and the Commission in terms of the levers and the quality of service and the response in that instance. And as well as that, looking at how the NDIS fits within a broader disability ecosystem of supports for disability and carers, their families. And as part of that, we also engage with our state and territory government disability colleagues. As well.
No, I really appreciate all that, and thank you for that answer. I guess let's go down a little bit more of a specific road then. So, when the department is providing advice to the government about areas of the NDIS that are, to concentrate fraud task force efforts, for example, to concentrate on the legislative design or the sort of scope of the legislative design work that you're doing. What are some of the key bits of evidence that the department is providing to government around where the main areas for reform sort of need to be focused on?
We do have regard to a number of different sources. So, for example, as is relevant to this committee, there's the results from the audits that this committee has been examining with regard to the NDIA's management of the scheme. We'd also look more broadly, for example, the NDIS review that was conducted by Professor Bruce Bonahady and Lisa Paul in 2023 was a key source of evidence that the department responds to. The agency may have spoken about, and the board may have spoken about their data and evidence that they use in management of the scheme, which they also share with us so that we can take a policy lens and use that data in developing policy. And we also have responsibility in the department for a new evidence advisory committee which commenced around 6 months ago, which is building an evidence base specifically for NDIS supports. So
thank you for that answer. So unless I'm sort of hearing you incorrectly, the department does take evidence, it does put on a policy lens, it does sort of think about things in a way that can be helpful to government on the basis that government is looking for ways to really make sure that the scheme is being utilised for the people who really need it, and that it is there for the long term, and that it is, that the growth can be it can continue to grow, but at a level that is sort of more sustainable. So what are the things that, like for the benefits of the committee, I guess what we're looking at is, when the audit office comes back and says 6 to 10% of all transactions of the NDIS are fraudulent or have an element of fraud, in them, there's a huge amount of money. We're talking about billions of dollars. So from the department's gathering of evidence and the department's formulation of advice, what are some of the things in the key areas that the committee needs to know about the area of the most need of reform?
Just on fraud, Chair, the department is a member of the Fraud Fusion Task Force along with the NDIA and the Commission, and that's a really important operational source of data for us. So, as you said, the Audit Office had an estimate. We provided advice jointly with the NDIA and the Commission to the separate inquiry into the integrity of the NDIS that we collectively estimate 8.3% of integrity leakage. That's not just fraud, that is other matters that kind of go against the intent or don't align with the scheme's properties. That source of operational data feeds into our policy making that we also do with the agency and the Commission. That led directly to the measures implemented in budget along that line and introduced into the Parliament yesterday in the NDIS bill, where we look at what powers, I guess, are missing from the NDIA in some cases, or we look at other policy levers where making that change could not necessarily just fix fraud. It may have other benefits, but that can go directly to that issue. And department works with a range of stakeholders, as Ms. Rule indicated, including states and territories. We also work very closely with provider representatives, with unions, with participant representatives, including through disability representative organisations, to ensure we're getting that full breadth of input from the community as well as from the experts.
I'm just gonna interrupt because we're going down a sort of very high level sort of overview style discussion here. It's really important that we go into some of the specifics of the evidence and it's like, I understand the department's sort of role in picking up evidence and formulating legislation, but it's not really telling us anything. So if we can go into some of the more specifics, that would be really helpful. So on the fraud task force, where is the advice? What was the advice to government about where the best efforts of government can go to in order to reduce fraud, so that the money can actually not be going to fraudulent claims, but actually going to people who need it?
Yeah. So that's been a build-up of activity over a number of years. So we've worked with the agency to deliver the Crackdown on Fraud program, which was mostly a systems uplift for the agency so that their systems were better placed to respond to fraud. Also established the payment integrity workforce, which is the workforce that then looks manually at individual transactions. It was in our evidence in the other committee, I forget the exact number, but there's a large number of transactions that the system picks up as potentially having integrity issues, and then there's a team that looks at those.
How does that happen? How does the system pick up those transactions?
I'd have to take that on notice, Chair, sorry, because that's an operational thing within the agency. So I don't actually know exactly how the IT works within the agency to do that.
So it's an automated IT program that picks up.
There's system flags that flag a range of transactions as potentially having indicators of fraud or other integrity issues, and then the team work through those manually case by case. They're also fed by tip-offs and the like. So there's a range of factors that go into that.
Chair, when was that implemented? Like what range of dates? Sorry, Chair, I hope you're okay with me asking that.
Bailey, go for it, my friend, go for it.
The crackdown. So the crackdown on fraud was first announced in there was a business case in the 23-24 budget, and the initial range of funding came through from 23-24 MyEFA with the final phase. It was a 3-tranche program being released as part of the 25-26 budget. So that has just finished, but throughout that time they were operating in this way. Payment integrity workforce, I think most recently was funded in the 23-24 budget and the 25-26 budget, and funded a range of individual staff to undertake that function. The Fraud Fusion Task Force was established out of the 22-23 budget and actually was extended in the budget just from this week.
So our, the ANAO's report has data from the 2023, in September 2023, it was estimated that 6 to 10% of the NDIS's claims could be non-compliant, fraudulent. So since their report, there's been a huge uplift in terms of the spend on detection. And has that been a result of you guys of the NDIS coming under the new department, or would you say that that's been an influence? Or
no, most of those measures commenced prior to the new department, and I think for the committee's benefit, although it shifted department, you're essentially looking at largely the same workforce transferring through a machinery of government. So yes, there are changes, and for us, a lot of opportunities being within the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. Not to sidetrack too much, but as someone who works on market activities as well, having that ability to better work as a care sector market stewardship, because aged care's got a lot of similarities with us, veterans have got a lot of the same. But on the fraud side, so our current estimate is 8.3%, but I think
8.3.
Yeah, but we've been picking up it's hard to do an apples for apples comparison because over that time we've also been able to identify higher rates of fraud. So you can't say that it's worse or better than it is now, but we do estimate, and this was in our evidence to the other committee, that between 1 November 2022 and looking forward to 30 June 2029, $3.4 billion estimated saving from those measures that were already undertaken. But in the budget this week, the government has extended a range of fraud and non-compliance measures, including 90-day payment claim, better information gathering powers for the NDIA, implementation of the Regulatory Powers Act for the agency, which gives them kind of a middle ground. So at the moment, they have had sort of limited powers themselves, and that's why something like the Fraud Fusion Task Force is so important. Yeah. Because that they use AFP, for example, to execute warrants and things like that at that high level, as well as to get intel from the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. But they're having that middle ground where they can have civil penalties, enforceable undertakings, those kinds of things is a really big step. But there's also a range of other measures that you wouldn't necessarily badge specifically as a fraud-only measure that will have a benefit. So commissioning of the plan management market. Yeah. Because plan managers play such a key role in that identification of fraud because they work directly with the providers and have a look at the invoices. So tightening up that market.
Was that something you guys specifically recommended in terms of, to ministers?
It is.
We do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So tightening up of the plan manager market was something recommended in terms of combating fraud.
Yes, but as I said, it's not just for that purpose. The NDIS review also flagged, changes required in the intermediaries market, which intermediaries would be plan management support coordination. There's other things like expansion of registration, of mandatory registration for high-risk supports. That again won't just fix fraud, but gives the Commission greater visibility over the market, although worth noting that regardless of whether you're registered or not, if you are delivering NDIS services, you are captured by that process. Right.
So as a general observation, would you say that the fraud and the non-compliance kind of mechanisms and the IT systems, I mean, when the ANAO did its report, it was found that, basically NDIA didn't have very, very basic compliance and fraud. Would you say that could you give a general gist of we've really kicked it in the last 2 years, or or are we in the middle of that process? There's still a long way to go? Is there I think if we say up to 2024, there was not a lot going on, 2023, would you say that's correct?
Yes, we gave that advice, or the NDI gave that advice in the other committee. I think the volume of transactions that they're looking at now far exceeds, I apologise that I didn't bring the stat that they used, but far exceeds what it has done in the past. I think, though, it's worth noting as well that the job's not done. I think this bill is a great step, and I also forgot to mention that the extra payment system the NDI will be implementing to get a lot more visibility over invoices and directly pay providers so that they've got that greater visibility. But as that committee told us, but as we also agree with and know, there's things like kickbacks and better defining conflict of interest that are still things that we are trying to grapple with. The Minister in introducing the speech referred to the issue of kickbacks. When Minister Butler did the press club address 22nd of April, he sort of flagged a two-stage reform. One would be this sort of first phase in budget, but then the next period will be out consulting and looking at what else needs to be done. And certainly within my remit, extra fraud measures to tackle things like kickbacks will be something that I'll be keen to progress.
I've got some more questions later, but I don't want to take over, Chair. So you go, Josh.
Well, can I just you're doing a marvellous job. I do have some questions, but Scotty, if you want to go first, that's fine.
Just to keep it on that fraud flavour that you raised first up, Chair. Can I get an understanding from the department what you qualify as fraud? Do you have a definition for it?
It's basically the criminal definition. So I guess, and apologies if I've slipped up in language because it gets quite. We often use fraud as a shortcut, and I've been hopefully using the phrase integrity or integrity leakage.
I understand the
because not everything is fraud. Because fraud requires a burden of proof.
Some claims are just simply incorrect, but you need a system for detecting incorrect claims as well. Do you know what? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So remember in the previous Parliament, the previous Minister Shorten got up in the previous Parliament and spoke about integrity matters around his appetite to try and clean up. And Australia was alarmed to find that people getting access to the NDIS were using those payments to pay sex workers and prostitutes. My question is, does that qualify as fraud?
It's a tricky question, and you've got to look at case by case. And the reason I think it's important to talk about fraud and integrity is because certainly now any of those activities, so sex work, for example, was specifically excluded in the NDIS getting the NDIS back on track bill number 1 from 2024. So certainly if someone was doing that now, it would be against the scheme. But to prove fraud, you would have to prove intent. So there's probably a range of things that we would classify as integrity that may well be fraud, but you kind of can't prove the intent. So that's why I think it's really important we focus on integrity leakage and looking at making sure transactions comply, because some will be done intentional, some won't be. We need to get together that full remit.
Another example was that was shared with me was a family who for a number of seasons had taken their disabled son to the football, the local football, and had done for many years. Now, as a result of the NDIS, one of the family members is now being paid $160 per hour to attend exactly the same game. Does that have an integrity issue, or is that fraudulent? Where do we draw the line on? Hey Ed, where do we draw the line with fraud, integrity, and what does or does not pass the pub test with Australians?
If I could say, where you're going there would to me indicate weak design parameters in the Act that were corrected. That Mr. Schaefer has just referred to the introduction of NDIS support lists in the 2024 Back on Track Act, and that was a critical missing element of the scheme design. With the original Act being very principles-based, but not providing clear parameters for what the NDIS should and should not fund, and the introduction of NDIS support lists.
So if they were weak design parameters, are they now rectified? That doesn't happen any longer? Because we're hearing from providers this afternoon.
Look, I would say the foundations are there now for far greater clarity. That was introduced at the end of 2024. There was a period of education with participants and providers. We're now early 2026. Can I characterise it that way in May, mid-2026? There may be some flow on from into an integrity space now, where you could argue that it's been quite a while since those lists have been.
I'm glad to hear it's being tidied up. Can you just share with me what the weekend rate for carers are?
Oh, I don't have that on me, sorry.
That's all right, I'll find out from this afternoon. But if it's all tidied up, nothing to see here, I'm happy.
I think without knowing the particulars of the example you used, Deputy Chair, that could be a perfectly legitimate thing, because the activity of going to the football could easily fit under the social and community participation, and there are instances where family members can get paid where this bill starts to take action against the sort of conflict of interest issue. But I think there's still a bit more work to tidy up some of that conflict of interest, which has again been the focus of the other integrity NDIS.
If it's being addressed, I'm happy. Thanks, Jack.
All right, thanks, Deputy Chair. All right, I've got a couple of questions, and then I'm going to hand over to Ed Husick and Ailey. I think you also had a few more as well. So I'm conscious of time, so we'll try and get through them quickly. So just going back to the transactions. Transactions, there's an automated sort of flagging system. They're manually checked. That's led to some advice and some updated legislation. Just for the benefit of the committee, and very, very quickly, what are the sort of basic transactional concerns and that automated system flags up? Like what is it looking for?
I'll have to take that unnoticed, sorry, Chair, because it's an operational system within the NDIA. So again, I don't have specific visibility of how the system operates, but very happy to take that unnoticed and get that from NDIA.
Perhaps, sorry, I understand that a couple of the flags relate to whether or not a claim links directly back to the supports in a participant's plan. And it can also be things like whether or not the correct information is provided in the claim, the full information, such as an ABN and the like. I haven't got the full details in front of me, but that's a couple of examples.
So it picks up things like, is there incomplete information on the claim? Is the claim linked to other parts of the participant's plan? Those sorts of operational things that automate sort of red flags, which don't necessarily always mean that something's gone wrong. It could be an administrative error, but it's sort of, this is now triggering big. Okay, so I guess let's link this back to the Commission, because when we asked the Commission about their role in sort of taking complaints and also having some sort of strategic overview around where the areas of their work they can best focus on, how does the department engage with the Commission on determining or understanding how you're both working on things that make sense? And not just going off in different directions,
No, well, I mean, we work very closely with the Commission on a daily basis, and I guess as the policy agency, so that the NDIA Safety and Integrity Bill, I may have got the name slightly wrong there, that was passed through Parliament a couple of months ago, largely dealt with Commission measures, and the department was responsible for that legislation. But we work very closely with the Commission, who spent 18 months publicly consulting on the input, but then we led to the development of the measures. The department led the work on the expansion of mandatory registration, both at MyEFO, which went to CIL and platform providers, and now to a broader cohort. So we worked with them on the policy design, and we're now working very closely with them on the implementation. So CIL and platform providers is due to commence from 1 July, so what's that, about 6 weeks away. They're working on commissioner-made rules. We're inputting into those rules. We're sitting in consultations with them, talking to them about how they'll soon be publicly consulting on that, but they've been out consulting for a number of times. So we work very closely.
So I think I'm not sure if you saw the hearing that we had with the Commission, but one of the questions I asked them was sort of how do you allocate the resources of the Commission to make sure that you're going after the trends or going after the themes that are coming up and that are when people find ways to use the scheme to maximise return in legal or otherwise ways. How do you think about that and allocate resources accordingly? And I don't want to be too unfair to the Commission. It is a new Commission, but there wasn't really a strategic answer around that. It was a factual answer around a lot of the incoming that they receive, as well as the fact that they are unable to access a lot of data in the broader sense of the scheme. So therefore, it's difficult for them to make those sort of strategic decisions. But the Department of Health has that data, and the Department of Health has access to much broader bits of information. So why I'm just trying to understand why the conversation isn't happening where the Commission has sort of clear, here are the things that our automated system is constantly picking up. Here are the themes. Here is the analysis of it. Can the Commission go and do work on this to make sure that we're picking up
examples of this around the country. Is those sorts of conversations happening?
Yes, I think just on, I guess, fraud, there's a joint role there between the NDIA and the Commission, because the NDIA will deal more with the sort of payment integrity angle of it, whereas the Commission would deal with the quality and safeguards aspect. So, for example, if someone submits a fraudulent invoice, NDIA would be dealing with that issue, but then they would work with the Commission to potentially ban that provider from operating within the scheme. In terms of the access to data, they've actually got a lot more specific level data than the department has, because they get all of those complaints directly to them, and we get the high level summary from them because as the department we don't have that operational visibility. So I can't see individual transactions because that's protected information, for example. So we do work with them on the themes. We supported the Minister in the recent updated ministerial direction, which sort of tried to outline some of the strategic things we wanted them to focus on.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, except so on one hand we've got the Commission saying, look, we get all the incoming and we respond to the incoming, but in terms of if we were to set a strategic direction for the 1,000 people who work for the Commission, it's very difficult because we actually don't have data around all other aspects. It's just reactive of people who call us. And yet the department has access to the NDIA where there's a transactional issue, and surely there's some sort of analysis, as you started with where we were at the hearing, where the department is speaking. You're the link between everyone, obviously also the Minister's office, but the department is the one gathering and the closest to all of the data. And you said you put your policy lens on. I guess for the deliberations of this committee, I'm just trying to figure out if the department and the NDIA have these systems where they're picking up concerning transactions, the NDIS Commission is sort of taking the incoming, and we're all trying to minimise fraud. We're improving legislation and all of those sorts of things. Surely there is a coordination and a sort of strategic overview to say, well, here are the themes, here are the way in which the system is being fraudulently taken advantage of. Here are the areas where we are seeing themes around the sorts of ways in which that's happening. And from a compliance and from a transactional point of view, here are the way in which we are strategically going after those things. And the department surely has input into the gathering and the coordination of all of that evidence. But it doesn't seem like people are everyone's doing their own bits, and it's such a big scheme. It's kind of clear to see that it's hard to. It's hard that it's like, it seems easy that things are being missed, if that makes sense, or people are off in different directions. We've got thousands of people working on this right now.
Yeah, just I think if I split it into two and say there's the strategic level and the transactional level. At the transactional level, the NDIA and the Commission work directly together because, as I indicated, the department doesn't have visibility of like individual participant plans. Individual fraudulent cases. So if a brief example, if the Commission thinks that they want to ban a provider, they'll work directly with the NDIA to understand, what would be the impact on the participants of me banning that provider tomorrow, and working through some of the practicalities. So at a transactional level, that does happen. It's probably hard to sort of quantify it or indicate. At the strategic level, we work collectively, and so we get the themes from the NDIA and the themes from the Commission on the things they've seen. We take action. So, I mean, data gaps are a real problem.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just conscious of time. I've got to go to Ed and Ailey. But doesn't the Commission have a broader remit than just whether or not a service has been provided? The Commission's also there to ensure compliance of the scheme, isn't it?
Yes, it regulates all providers. So beyond the fraud remit, they've identified through own motion inquiries that they had concerns around supported independent living and some housing. So we've been working with the Commission on SIL practice standards and some of those sorts of things, and the expansion of mandatory registration. There is a data gap in that, with only 1 in 16 providers registered up until these changes, although everyone's regulated, they are often reliant on the tip-offs because they don't have that kind of direct line of sight to essentially as many as 280,000 providers at any one case. So things like mandatory registration aren't just about fixing fraud, they're actually about increasing the Commission's visibility over individual providers and starting to get that thing. But everything we do is based off where we think the greatest need is.
But don't you then sit down with them and say, well, look, here's our system, here's what our checking of our automated transactional alarm system has pulled up. Here are the themes that have come from that. Do you talk to the Commission about what you find?
Absolutely. I mean, they're part of the Fraud Fusion Task Force as well. So most of our intelligence on sort of that theme comes from that committee that they're sitting in as well. And then from that, we then sit down with them and work out what the policy response should be.
Okay. I'm conscious of time. I'll hand over to Ed and Ailey.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. I've got some things, I might put them on notice just for the sake of time. I'm conscious that my colleague Ms Franz has got some follow-up questions too. So there are two areas I just wanted to quickly focus on which might approach this in a lateral way. The first one, or in a different way if I may say, there's a lot of focus right now in terms of, particularly in the budget context, what I describe as quantifiable, just measuring numbers. What I'm interested in is the qualification, the quality elements of this, and that is, and I know that, and I'm very grateful for the work that is being done by the department and NDIA and others, but I would like to know, how do you track if it's improving participant experience rather than just on a costs lens? And I know that's something, please, not for 1 minute do I think that you don't focus on that, but it is important to know that it is being focused on, and if it is, how is it, and how does that factor in the way that the program is run?
Thanks, Mr Husick. I'll touch on that briefly. The NDIA, through their board, has monitored participant outcomes for quite some time, and they have an outcomes framework. Now, they've recognised that that's got quite a way to go. It's self-reported data on a 200-question survey for participants only, and so it's a starting point. And
so this is the participants telling you how they feel about it?
Telling the NDIA how they feel about it, yes. And the NDIA board has commissioned a refresh of that outcomes framework to look at including other sources of data. But that outcomes framework already exists and is one source of information.
What are the other sources of data, if you could tell me?
In terms of participant experience, I suppose the department relies on ministerial correspondence, for example, and we also become aware of matters through media inquiries and the like. So it is quite ad hoc.
I would add the department has funds a range of disability representative organisations, and we do get a lot of feedback on the participant experience from those DROs. We also have a Reform Advisory Committee that was established specifically to provide disability ministers with advice on the implementation of reforms, and that includes representatives from every state and territory who directly provide feedback on their experience.
Thanks, Ms Stewart. And there is an Implementation Advisory Committee as well, which is advises the board.
So can I ask then, I think those are all very valid, clearly pathways, but some of the best is direct from people themselves as they're using your service. When you do get that, and I take on board what you've just provided in your answer, that it goes to the board, how does that inform the way that service is improved, and are there examples that you can provide in recent times?
I think one common theme that emerged about the participant experience was the variability in the planning process, so how someone's needs are assessed and how their plans are developed. The NDIS review made recommendations about this as well, that it was very time consuming for participants, very costly in gathering reports from their treating professionals, and that the outcomes were very variable and inconsistent across different participants with the same needs. And so one of the key reforms of the 2024 bill was to establish a framework for a new way of assessing people's needs and developing their plans, and that's called new framework planning.
Okay, terrific. So this brings me on to the second. As I said, I'll put stuff on notice that we're trying to
I'll
do the
put mine
follow.
on notice too. So.
I'll put mine on.
So is this? This is one. Obviously, you're appearing before parliamentarians. You referenced the use of ministerial correspondence as a feedback mechanism. I've noticed this in another program within the department, and I just want to make sure this doesn't stretch over here when we're trying to deal with these things as parliamentarians on behalf of our constituents. So my aged care now is starting to resist MPs' officers calling on behalf of constituents, saying using privacy grounds to prevent us from being able to resolve issues that our constituents rightly expect us to be able to assist with. I just want to know, is this happening in your neck of the woods? And if it is, can you explain why? And if it isn't, can you please assure us it won't? Because we do take our jobs very seriously. People come to us because they have obviously attempted to improve their experience, have not been able to get anywhere, and they rightly see us as a mechanism to improve that outcome. And the last thing we need is a hurdle preventing us from doing the jobs we were elected to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the soapbox into the hearing, but can you just tell us that is not something that you're all doing?
I would say if we get a letter, say from an MP, that goes to, my constituent X needs this, we would actually refer that to the NDIA, or the Minister's office would refer it to the NDIA for assistance, because as I indicated earlier, we don't have visibility over individual participants' needs. So I think it's better if we take that on notice and work with the NDIA to clarify what their processes are.
Okay, in doing that, thank you for offering to do that. I appreciate written correspondence, email is one thing. Sometimes we're dealing with people, we may have them in our offices, or they would hope for a quicker resolution, and just people talking to other people to resolve something on behalf of others, it's much more preferable.
Yeah.
So in taking that on notice, could you also find out that we do need to have, like once someone has approached an MP's office and we've identified ourselves, there might be some simple paperwork that might be provided, but it shouldn't hold us up from doing our jobs.
Yeah.
If you can take that on notice, it's not just the written, but also the verbal.
Yeah, can do.
Terrific. Thank you for your help. And thank you for your work too.
Yes, thank you for appearing today. We really appreciate it. I have just a couple of questions that can be taken on notice. Following on from what the Chair was talking about in terms of the communication between the Commission, the NDIA and you guys, can you just... I've had lots of different people come to me about how they've made a complaint to their plan manager or complaint about the type of care they're receiving, or but quite often that doesn't get to the Commission or the department, or somehow it's lost in the system. Have you given any advice, or are there any plans for mandatory reporting, particularly to the Commission, particularly for cases where a participant or a family member has raised concerns about whether they're being taken advantage of, whether there's abuse there, whether there's under, servicing, things like that. Because I think when we're looking at people with very, very significant disabilities, there's a high risk of, just like in child safety, that there's mandatory reporting. So if you can get back to me on that. I did ask the Commission about mandatory reporting, and that's from the NDIA space and from plan managers and people who are in discussion with participants all the time. So that's the first one. The second one, if possible, are we able to get a breakdown of, in terms of since 2023, of the mechanisms for flagging fraud and non-compliance? and what the plan for. I understand that this new bill that we're putting to the Parliament will have increased mechanisms, but kind of like a breakdown. I know that when the ANAO did their report, that the assurance testing didn't capture services not delivered, false ABNs, fraudulent invoices, collusion between providers and participants, manufacturing over-servicing, under-servicing. There's so many bits in there, and I completely understand that, within the last 2 years, there's been an uplift, but where are we at with actually what? And because we don't have all the providers registered as yet, I assume that there's going to be, once all of the providers are registered, there's going to be a massive increase in compliance. Are we going to be ready for all of those providers? And where we're at the breakdown of, we've introduced a heap of measures, what's the difference? If you can give a timeline of those very specific. And then my third on notice question is, sorry to bombard you, I am interested in more detail on the plan management changes and about combating the fraud around plan management changes. I'd love some specific examples around where that's gone off the rails and how that's gone off the rails, and just some a bit more background into why this change is so important to bring the plan managers under basically under the department is correct, isn't it? That's what we're doing in the next bill. So sorry, that's 3. But yeah, I don't know whether we have time to answer any of those, but maybe not. I'm not looking.
I think we're over time in our next.
Oh, okay, you go.
next
And
guests
Scott's
are
got a
there.
question. Okay, so on notice would be great. Thank you so
I'll
much.
provide the department my list of questions, and you just come back to us through the secretary. They're the ones that I shared with you before we went on air. And in return for making this hasty, could you just, in closing that loop, can you just provide the committee with a list of payment schedule of what the hourly rates are from your occupational therapists to carers, midweek, weekend rates, just so that we're absolutely clear that no one's getting this, taking people to the football and
So
point.
the NDI publishes there's a public price.
So it won't be
and
too
price
difficult for you to
limit.
get it to
We
me.
can absolutely send that
Thank
to
you. That's
yes.
all I ask. Thanks, Chair. Back to you, and I think our next guests are online.
Oh, look at that little boo-boo. Josh.
Yeah, do I give them to you?
I haven't been here all week.
I want those questions.
So this might be a feature of the next hearing. But let me just close this one and say thank you everyone for giving evidence today. If you've taken questions on notice or have been asked to provide additional information, can you please forward it to the Secretariat? The Secretariat will advise you when that information is provided by the committees. If the committee has any further questions, which a number have been flagged, then we'll send you through them in writing with the Secretariat. If we can just pause the hearing for 2 minutes, and we'll swap over to Professionals Australia.
Yes, I apologise for that.
Are we at Professionals Australia online?
They sure are.
We are.
Perfect. All right. Let's do this now. I now call representatives from Professionals Australia. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Sam Roberts. I'm the CEO of Professionals Australia.
My name is Sarah Moran. I'm a speech pathologist and union delegate of Professionals Australia.
There we are. My name's Danielle Pickford. I'm a paediatric physiotherapist and representative of Professionals Australia.
Don, you're muted.
One more.
Don, you're muted. You want to have another crack?
Maybe we'll come back to Don, and maybe before you speak, Don,
Yep.
if you want to just state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. Oh no, there you are. You're right. Off you go.
Good. Don McCaskill, Managing Director of Butterfish Services, a behaviour support provider and a member of Professionals Australia.
Thank you. Welcome. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. The only other thing I'll say today is that as we are sort of speaking about the policies more generally, it would be the committee's preference, strong preference, that we don't go into individual cases, or certainly not privacy, breach privacy of individual cases. Happy to speak about general matters, obviously, but if we can avoid that, that would be really helpful. So I'd now invite you to make an opening statement, and then we'll open up for questions and a discussion.
Thanks very much. Professionals Australia represents a variety of different professionals ranging from engineers to scientists, pharmacists, architects, ICT professionals, as well as many more. But we're here today on behalf of our members who are allied health professionals delivering therapeutic, behavioural, developmental, psychosocial and capacity building supports funded through the NDIS. Our members work in sole practice, small and medium practices, not-for-profits and large provider services. They are speech pathologists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, exercise physiologists, dietitians, play therapists, art therapists, music therapists, psychologists, social workers, counsellors. As opposed to National Disability Services, which represents the large service providers who I understand are coming on next, we represent the sole traders and small businesses, and it is the sole traders and small businesses that account for the vast majority of services being provided through the NDIS. As the introduction's made clear, we're joined by three subject matter experts who are members. I'll just give you a brief introduction as to who they are and what they're about so you understand the perspective they're coming from. Firstly, we have Sarah. Sarah's a speech pathologist with over 7 years experience across private practice and NDIS and the public health sector. Sarah sees children and adults with complex communication needs and swallowing disorders. She has specific expertise in supporting children with high support needs who use devices to communicate. She also brings lived experience as a carer. Danielle is a physiotherapist with 10 years clinical experience across acute hospitals, transitional aged care assessment and paediatrics. She has been trained in structured assessment systems across both disability and aged care, including the NDIS Independent Assessment Pilot, home support assessments, and a reablement pilot under My Aged Care. She brings frontline experience of functional assessment, structured assessment tools, regional service delivery, paediatric disability, in markets, and the way NDIS administrative decisions affect participants, families, and clinicians. Don is the Managing Director of Butterfish Services, an Aboriginal-owned and operated behaviour support provider that has been operating across 3 states for 10 years. He is also formerly the CEO of Awabakal, and led the transition of this Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation to the NDIS at the commencement of the NDIS trial rollout in 2013. He also previously served as the CEO of Endeavour Industries, a disability service provider in the New South Wales Lower Hunter region. These three members, as opposed to me, are our subject matter experts. So I'm going to hand over to them. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I just have a short opening statement to build on that. We really welcome the opportunity to bring forward the perspective of allied health professionals who deliver the frontline services, generate the clinical evidence, and ultimately carry the responsibility for participant outcomes under the NDIS. As our submission is set out, we have serious and escalating concerns about how the scheme is being administered and what this means in practice for participants and the professional workforce that the scheme relies on. The integrity failures we are seeing in the NDIS are predominantly systematic, not merely individual. Fraud and exploitation must be addressed, but these problems cannot be fixed through compliance activity alone when the underlying drivers include poor planning, weak upstream safeguards, inconsistent administration, and inadequate use of clinical evidence. Firstly, the current system is generating risk, not managing it. When plans fail to reflect participants' actual functional capacity, particularly for people with cognitive, communication, or psychosocial disability, it does not just create inefficiency, it creates vulnerability. It leads to unsafe supports, it leaves critical needs unmet, and it creates ethical and professional risk to the clinicians and workers providing these services. At the same time, the increasing reliance on templated plans, generic tools, and proposed algorithmic decision-making in the new framework planning tool is actively displacing clinical judgment. It's reshaping what was intended to be an individualised, evidence-based scheme into something standardised, opaque, and increasingly disconnected from real-world needs. This contradicts the very purpose of the NDIS and leads to significant representation of NDI participants at the Administrative Review Tribunal. Secondly, the policy response has been to tighten compliance, but in ways that are blunt, inconsistent, and often harmful. That is not a system with strong integrity. That is a system generating uncertainty and risk, and the consequences are real. We're seeing payment integrity actions imposed on providers for extended periods without findings of wrongdoing, in some cases pushing them to insolvency. When those providers close, it's not just a business closing, it's hundreds of participants losing care overnight and workforce capacity disappearing from the system. Registration must be a part of safeguarding, but registration alone is not safeguarding. Genuine protection depends on accurate assessment, skilled planners, clear reasons for decision, independent advocacy, meaningful review rights, and accessible complaints pathways and proper integration of allied health evidence. Thirdly, these conditions are driving a workforce crisis. A recent sector survey done by Professionals Australia identified that more than 75% of the NDIS workforce intended to leave their role or business within the next 2 to 5 years. 14% of us plan to leave the profession entirely, and 97.6% reported negative impacts on their mental health, with financial pressure the primary driver for almost 90% of respondents. This is not dissatisfaction. This is providers who are experiencing real psychological injury trying to navigate and operate in a system that isn't working. It places the system at significant risk of losing the very workforce it depends on. We're already seeing providers reduce caseloads, turn away complex participants, work for free, and exit the scheme altogether. In regional and thin markets, that means that participants simply go without. Finally, we are deeply concerned that the current reforms risk locking in these failures. The rollout of the new framework planning tool, including the ICANN assessment tool and assessments being undertaken by non-allied health staff, represents a fundamental shift away from evidence-based decision-making. These tools cannot capture the complexity of disability, particularly for people with psychosocial conditions, neurodivergence, or fluctuating needs. And when these tools are combined with typical support packages and algorithm-generated budgets that cannot be meaningfully adjusted, we're effectively removing the ability to tailor supports to the individual. That undermines participant rights, it places providers in an ethically untenable position, and it increases the likelihood of both harm and legal challenge. Professionals Australia's position is that the scheme must retain a whole-of-person functional approach where funding decisions are based on individual functional impact, clinical evidence, environmental context, and communication and cognitive needs and risk, not a diagnosis alone, not generic scores, and not administrative convenience. Ultimately, the consequence of all of this is then borne by participants. When the system fails, people experience unmet and underfunded needs, deterioration in health and functioning, and what many now are describing as administrative trauma, repeatedly navigating opaque and stressful processes just to access support. You can't regulate your way out of a system design problem. Scheme integrity is not achieved through more audits, more controls, and more compliance layers. It's achieved through accurate, evidence-based planning, genuine integration of clinical expertise, and a stable, supported workforce. We're asking this committee to recommend a shift from downward stream compliance to upstream safeguards, from templated and constrained decision-making to clinical judgment, and from administrative convenience to lawful individualised decision-making. Without that shift, the risks we're seeing will not diminish, they will deepen. Thank you.
We're happy to answer any questions you've got for us.
Perfect. I wasn't sure if there was anyone else who wanted to do the opening
Sorry.
statement, but no, Sarah, thank you so much. And I think, you know, I have many close people around me who are also working as speech pathologists. I've many providers in my own electorate I've been speaking to, and I know a number of the different challenges that they're providing, but I also know how crucial their work is. And and I think from the outset we all recognise how important and how amazing you and your colleagues are, and the difference you make to people's lives. So the question, and I appreciate the way in which you frame the recommendations. I guess the question that we've got to consider as a committee is that we have reports coming into government around, obviously, the overall amount of the scheme, the growth of the scheme is large, and when you have 8.3% of transactions potentially having some sort of fraudulent aspect to them, or not meeting the services that they're meant to be meeting, or have all sorts of other potentially more serious components to it. It's sort of a natural reaction from government to go, well, how do we crack down on that? But for the purposes of this discussion, I think it is important to stress that the NDIS is not designed to be a compliance exercise. It's designed to be a service so that people can participate in society. So, the committee is looking for ways in which we can actually, improve the governance of it, so that it is focused on the people who need it. And right now, even though there are just a mind-bogglingly large amount of people working on the administration, as you say, Sarah, it's very difficult to control from a top-down approach. So I guess from your experience and your work inside the NDIS and across colleagues from Professional Australia, what themes are you noticing around? Well, obviously here a best case example, it's clinically guided, all of the things that you referred to, and no doubt that are guiding your own work. But if you were in government's position where there are clearly people who are not taking that approach, and there are unregistered providers where there is not as much visibility over, where do you think the key themes of issues of maladministration or incorrect use of the NDIS is happening, and how can you assist government in sort of going, well, here's where the real problem is?
I think that registration is a really important topic amongst all of this, and I think that registration is important, but registration does not equal regulation. As allied health professionals, we are regulated under either AHPRA or our self-regulating professions. We're held to professional standards and ethical standards. And currently under other government systems like Medicare, we are already registered with them. It takes about 24 hours. It's a form online, and then they have eyes on me as a provider. Under the NDIS, the current registration process is exorbitantly expensive, and with rates set by external auditors who are private companies, the cost to become registered is extremely prohibitive to many providers. I myself used to be registered, and I had to deregister because the cost of renewing my registration was too much in the context of stagnant pricing and
What's the cost?
Honestly,
What's the
I think
cost of
Sarah, the
registration?
Deputy Chair wants to know what the cost of registration is.
So when I registered back in 2021, it took 18 months for the NDIS to accept my registration, and it cost me $5,000 as a single practitioner. Don, you may have more updated pricing on how much it's recently cost you to become registered as a behaviour support practitioner.
Yeah, sure, Sarah. We did our audit last year in November. The initial audit was $10,000, followed by a $5,000 fee for a subsequent audit.
This is the same as Syndicare.
And just for the benefit of the committee, the sort of what's the incentive for being registered as a provider?
Very little, if I'm being perfectly honest. You are constrained by pricing caps as a registered provider. There's really no other incentive other than if you want to be seeing participants who have a specific way of their plan being managed, which is being managed directly by the NDIA, in which the provider is the person who directly invoices and claims that money via the NDIA portal. And I can say, as a previously registered provider, making those claims via the portal is probably the least amount of oversight that my participant, like my clients, my participants, or anyone else had over what I was charging. Unless I was in direct contact, which I was with my clients, about what the charges were on their invoices, they would otherwise have no idea what's being claimed from the portal from their plan, because there's no engagement with the participant via that route. Aside from that, there's very, very little reason to be registered under NDIS. It's more prohibitive than it is useful to a provider.
And there's no, as part of the registration, there's no access as a provider to any professional development or any updates in the scheme or any updates in the system or any sort of any sort of networking opportunities or any sort of state-based networks or events or anything like that. There's nothing that's sort of
truly nothing that you get. All of the same provider newsletters are provided to both registered and unregistered providers. And I think that the concept that the agency has no oversight over unregistered providers is somewhat false, because all of our claims go through the same plan managers, the same portals, the same processes that a registered provider does. They're just processed either by a participant or by a third-party planner. Third-party plan manager.
Sarah, it's Scotty. Can you just tell me which body is the body you make the application for registration to?
You make it to the NDIS Safeguarding Commission, but you need to engage a independent auditor that has been approved by the Commission, and then those auditors set their fees. You need to pay that auditor, go through their process, and then they recommend you to the Commission as a registered provider. There is also an entire other industry that's been generated as a result of this, who you can engage to write all of your policies and procedures for you and get you audit ready for also thousands of dollars. And a lot of them come with a guaranteed to become a registered provider at the end of it.
Thank you.
Attached to that.
You mentioned price caps. Can you just share with the committee what pricing structure you currently charge out at and what the limitations of the price cap is of being registered?
Yeah, sure. So the pricing arrangements are set every year. For allied health professionals and support coordinators and plan managers, our rates have remained the same since 2019. And
physiotherapists, dietitians and podiatrists have they've decreased their rates.
So they lost $10 on the hour as of July 1 last year. And the travel rate that you can charge for travelling to a participant's house is 50% of that rate, which was halved last year. As a registered provider, you can only charge what is in that price guide. If you are unregistered, you can charge above that pricing cap to self-managed participants. But if you have a plan managed participant or you're registered, it must align with that pricing cap, which means that all of us are working under the same pricing caps in 2019, despite the astronomical inflation and rising business costs, rising wages, rising superannuation, which is why many providers are operating at a loss or barely breaking even, which then also further makes registration prohibitive for us from a cost perspective.
Thanks, Chair. You got anything?
I'm conscious that other members haven't had a go to ask questions. So, Ed or Ailey, do you want to go over? Maybe one thing I might put on notice. Sorry, I've got a very noisy baby here with me. Is just around the registration and the commission, and about if you had any views on how to simplify that registration process and what would actually work for industry if the commission were to either have in-house auditors or have ways to make that more attractive, and what ways that would actually make it work in order to improve compliance down the stream as well. That would be really helpful. Ailey, I'm going to put myself on mute.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for talking to us today and talking to the committee. We really appreciate it. I notice in your submission that you've been talking about the standardised sort of templated assessment tools and your concerns around them. At the same time, you mention how, basically that there's a lot of inconsistencies in how the NDIA applies its rules and its pricing provisions and evidence requirements and compliance expectations. I'd just like to hear your insights on I guess what we grapple with as MPs is it's such a huge scheme now, and I can constantly get feedback on how participants in particular get very, very, very different supports depending on their health literacy, where they live, their access to services, their ability to pay for reports. I'd just like to hear your insights on where you see the change. Like, there's obviously some change needed, and it sounds like you're not in favour of more standardised assessments, but at the same time, there's such huge amounts of variation, which you point out in your feedback. So I'd just like to hear your views on what you think is the way forward, and if we don't have much time, if you could provide an answer to that on notice, that would be great. But if you have some initial observations.
I can answer that. So physiotherapist, also frontline clinician. So Sam mentioned that I was trained in those structured assessments, including one of the previous NDIS independent assessment pilots. So not against the assessment tools, and we understand why the consistency matters. The issue here is using the tool beyond its limits. So a tool can support decision-making, but it can't replace clinical reasoning or real-world functioning. So a short assessment can capture performance in a moment, but it can't capture the functional capacity over a day or a week or after exertion. So one of our biggest concerns here is people with fluctuating or invisible disabilities, hidden disabilities. So say someone with something like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, they might look really capable, and then a short assessment, they may do all the things, they can sit up straight, they can do all the things that you ask, but it doesn't capture the pain, the joint instability, how they feel afterwards, the fatigue, the falls risk, and all those other parts after that assessment. So if those needs are missed, the plan looks cheaper on paper, but a minimised plan isn't the same as an efficient plan. So the cost comes back later through the deterioration, injuries, care restraints, crisis reviews, appeals. So our position is that tools should support decisions, but not determine funding on their own.
Right. Okay. Thank you. If you have any follow-up stuff to provide on that.
We will.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I just wanted to ask a few quick questions if I can. You've submitted that, quote, allied health professionals have limited formal input into the design of NDIA systems, templates and compliance frameworks. Sorry, this is a you general, not you specific, Danielle. What kind of, can Professionals Australia describe what kind of improvements you'd like to see in terms of working together and communicating with the NDIA and other government agencies, and what do you reckon, how do you reckon that will look when it works properly? What's success look like, as they say?
Yeah.
I think what we're seeing is a lot of consultation with peak associations and very, very large representative bodies that are not really reflecting what the on-the-ground experience is of clinicians. I individually and part as Professionals Australia have contributed to almost every consultation that the government has released, but what we are seeing is actions that have been put into place, or recommendations or new legislation that does not reflect what that consultation has provided back to the government. So I think for me, it would be really great to see processes whereby workers directly can be having discussions with committees like today. I think this is a great opportunity, and that processes can be improved so that there is more of that on the ground day-to-day experience of being a clinician, being a provider, being a participant, are being captured in these consultations, rather than necessarily a lot of the overarching broader picture of what the peak associations may be providing. Mm-hmm. I can say, as a speech pathologist, I've not always agreed with what my peak has put forward to the government, and that's been frustrating as a professional working on the ground here, seeing what's really happening to participants and providers.
Just playing devil's advocate for a moment, I take on board your point, what you said earlier about you'll engage in consultation, but what you see acted on doesn't look like what you have put forward during those consultations. It is a bit of a challenge trying to get everyone's views bedded into changes, and you can't guarantee that 100% of it'll get through. But have there been any things in particular that you've put through in consultation that really stand out that you feel should have been done and were a missed opportunity? Is there anything off the top of your head, or do you want to come back to us on that?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be great to provide some additional information, but off the top of my head, there's been extremely strong opposition to the new framework planning tool, the rollout of ICANN to be used by non-allied health professionals to be using that tool. Peaks and providers have come out against that and having great concerns about untrained people conducting 3-hour assessment sessions with participants. And I can see obviously that the tool has now been pushed back until next year, but and that's great to see and great opportunities for further consultation. Mm-hmm. But similarly to the way that the community had a very strong no to independent assessments introduced by the coalition government, there's similar resistance and fear and concern about the support needs assessment tool coming through, and it feels as though that one's starting to become a bit inevitable despite the community and sector concerns about how that will impact participants.
Sarah, can you describe the biggest objections to that, just so I understand? What is it, from Professionals Australia's point of view, is a problem with that support tool?
A large concern is that it is planned to be conducted by non-allied health professionals. Mm-hmm. So you have someone untrained and unqualified sitting down with a disabled person to determine their overall funding budget. Mm-hmm. There's significant concern that you will not be able to provide any additional medical or allied health professional from your treating clinicians that see you every week or every fortnight. and also the fact that the tool has not been clinically validated or determined to be reliable for populations across the NDIS. It's a tool that has been shown to be accurate in its outcomes for people with intellectual disabilities, but we don't have any actual research or information showing that it works for autistic people, people who have EDS, people who have limb differences, or really cerebral palsy, any of these other disabilities. And I think that creates a significant gap and concern for providers and participants that their needs are simply not going to be met under that assessment.
And also it doesn't take into consideration cultural differences.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I don't...
Ed, I'm going to, maybe if you want to just ask sort of the last question.
Ask
or if
this
there's
last
anything else,
one, Chair, and then put my rest on notice. So I don't subscribe to this view, but I'm putting it to you because I just want to better understand. Sarah's made some really important points there about non-allied health professionals undertaking the assessments. Your submission also talked about, or Professionals Australia submission talked about burnout, moral injury amongst allied health professionals, and that's a concern to me from the perspective of sustainability. Do you see, and the reason why I'm putting this to you, if there aren't enough allied health professionals available, or if we've got skill shortages, is there a role for non-allied health professionals in that instance to play a part if we can't find enough people to do the work? Or do you think that there are enough people to do the work? It's just that they're not that the conditions under which they're working make it too tough. So I recognise that's a broad question. I'll leave it at that. That's my final one, Chair.
I think there's definitely the workforce here. There's a reason that we're all working in this profession, and there's a reason why all of us have been operating at a loss or working just to break even for a very long time. So I think that the workforce is here. The universities are increasing the amount of programs that they're rolling out for allied health across the country as well. I think that presently the conditions under which most of us are working are starting to make continuing in this work untenable, but a change to how the NDIA engages with and responds to frontline workers would make a big difference to us being sustainable in this role. And I don't believe that there is a role for non-clinical staff to be conducting clinical assessments. I have likened it to asking a Centrelink employee to make a decision on whether or not I need to have surgery or take a certain medication. They're just not qualified to do that, and it's not a safe thing for them to do either.
Can I just put one question on notice, Chair? Sorry to be a pain.
That's fine. We can also submit questions through the Secretary, but go for it, Ailey.
Just quickly, this is devil's advocate as well, and just through my work on another committee, the issue of getting reports to support care increases or to support getting it onto the scheme we've had lots of evidence in other committees about that being a barrier, particularly for people who aren't health literate, who have lower socioeconomic families who can't afford those reports up front, and in some cases delayed support because they can't get particularly for children with autism, they can't get in to see somebody to get those reports. Also for myself, like I was required to get an OT assessment before I got a new wheelchair, which cost me $4,000, and the wheelchair cost $10,000. So I'm just saying to you, are there some circumstances in which, and I'm an above knee amputee, I'll always need a chair. There are some circumstances where people can make that decision within the NDIA, and these exhaustive reports and very expensive reports, some of them, I'm not saying all of them, but is there some nuance here that, because I think for a lot of participants, the cost of getting reports is a real issue. For me as a participant, it is. I'm happy to take that on notice, but is there nuance there? What's your feedback on those sorts of issues?
We
I'll grab
are.
that one. Oh, yeah, I'll put it on. I'll put that in on notice.
I'm really sorry, Danielle. We've got
No, that's all right.
people patiently waiting, and my shoddy chairing has allowed us to go over. So forgive me for that. But if you can provide stuff on information on notice, that would be very, very appreciated. So thank you for giving evidence here today. If you've taken questions on notice or been asked to provide additional information, can you please forward it to the Secretariat? The Secretariat will advise you of when the information is to be provided by. If the committee has any further questions, I'll send it to you in writing through the Secretariat. And thank you again. I really do appreciate you being here today. I'm not sure if you can hear the squealing in the background. I should attend to that for a second. But if people can, if we can pause the hearing for 30 seconds, and I will sort out thing. But thank you again. Thank you for all your work and for coming and giving evidence today. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, we'll pause for 30 seconds and then we'll come back with National Disability Services. We'll go. Apologies, we went over the last session. We'll see how we go, but we might go a little bit over time if that's okay, team. And we'll eat into our brief lunch time if that's okay. So I now call representatives from the National Disability Services. If you'll all bear with me for just while I do this, I have my beautiful daughter has decided that she needs to make her views known as well. So. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Mike Prisco, CEO, National Disability Services.
Karen Stays, Director of Policy and Advocacy, National Disability Services.
This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. As I said to Professionals Australia, if there is sort of, if we can avoid speaking about individual cases, that would obviously be preferable. Would you like to make any opening statements before we open up the questions?
Yeah, I would. Thanks, Chair. And also want to say we can't actually hear your daughter. It's not coming through. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. As I said, I'm CEO of National Disability Services. Karen is our Director of Policy and Advocacy. We're the peak body for equality disability providers across Australia. Since our submission, there's obviously been Minister Butler's press club speech. That's been reinforced by this week's budget. And then there was the legislation that was tabled yesterday. This has made the scale, scope and direction of the NDIS reform clear. The intention of the government is to return the scheme to its original intention, and that's supporting people with significant and lifelong disability. And this is something that we support. And we also note that in doing so, it comes with a heavy responsibility to get it right and to ensure people with lifelong and significant disability get the support they need, no more, no less. That was the promise of the NDIS. It's the social contract that we all signed on to, and the reforms must deliver that. We also note the proposed strengthened focus on market oversight, including the expanded registration, enrolment, and a digital payment system, addressing the existing oversight and accountability gaps was a major focus of our submission, and we are very pleased to see that these aspects are reflected in the reform agenda. It is a step that will undoubtedly lead to a safer scheme for participants and an increase in the quality of the support that has been provided. What's been signalled along this is a significant contraction of the scheme, and that includes tighter access, reassessments, importantly supports provided outside of the NDIS through foundational supports, and also we saw yesterday a proposed significant adjustment to social and participation. These reforms will take time to implement, and during the transition period there's a risk if reforms tighten the market without the right sequencing, and particularly I'm talking about registration, differentiated pricing, regulation and commissioning. The risk will be pushed to providers and participants, and that is when the risk of continuity of service is at its highest, and especially for those with the most complex support needs. For quality providers, there's going to be a sustained adjustment period, and it comes at a time where they are already under financial pressure and viability is a risk for many. And we think that maintaining a stable quality provider market during the transition so that it is there at the end of the reforms is absolutely critical, and the sustainability of the scheme depends on it. Our message to the committee in our submission, but also today, is that the success of these reforms will depend on implementation, clear accountability, early identification of market risk, genuinely risk proportionate oversight and disciplined reform sequencing. And in our submission, we've made a number of practical recommendations to that effect. Thank you.
So I think that's a good place to start, where we, where even in our hearings with the NDIS Commission, it seems like there is a sort of uncertainty around where to focus the Commission's efforts and resources. And no doubt in your position as sort of the peak body, you would have pretty good visibility of the areas of the scheme that are working really well and need to be protected. If you were sitting in the Commission's position, and maybe if you want to talk through some of your recommendations in this area, if you're sitting in the Commission's position and you were to be designing the sort of efforts of regulation that would actually target areas where there are problematic use of the scheme, where would you sort of lay out the strategy and the sort of steps and the focus of resources?
I think at a high level, what is included in the reform agenda that has become clear since we did the submission and clearer yesterday as a result of the legislation, we think is a very good approach. And we think that it will provide that extra layer of oversight that is necessary in the scheme, and that will go to address what were really significant weaknesses in oversight. I think the really important thing to get right is the making sure it is risk proportionate, and that it isn't regulation for regulation's sake, and that the implementation and guidance and certainty to providers is given.
Where's the biggest risks? Where would you be focusing the risks?
So I think certainly in supported independent living, they're 24-hour services, they are in closed settings. That is the subject, the plan is for those services to be registered from the 1st of July, over 12 months. That is the place to start. We were also very concerned about the support coordination market, but I think the reforms outlined in the last week actually go to improving the quality in that part of the market. I think we're in a position, Chair, where things have changed very rapidly in the last 10 to 14 days, and they have changed in a way that is very welcome, but also long overdue. And I think the way in which the various parts of the reform interact is what was necessary. It goes to implementation, and we also want to ensure that the quality provider market that is so central to sustainability, that we retain that capability during the reforms.
And on the administrative front, do you have any views on obviously the reforms that have been brought in, but also, you know, if sort of even anecdotally, what do you think are the sort of high risk areas of administration?
I'll pass to Karen, and then I might make some comments.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think some of the administrative risks sit in the complexity of the scheme itself. One of the reasons that we are emphasising sequencing and market stewardship and monitoring of the market through reform is that providers can sometimes be in the position where they're trying to interpret legislation or new rules, and that means that, you know, we need to make it easy for providers to get it right. One of our suggestions is that we look at some form of troubleshooting, you know, where there's a tricky situation. Is there a way for providers to be able to work that through? I note that in terms of integrity and the administration of the scheme, you know, there's different types of issues that occur. Some of those are obviously deliberate and there needs to be, you know, strong action taken, but, you know, some are error and some are, you know, down to bad interpretations. That would be one of the things that we would suggest.
Go.
Yeah,
look, our concerns do go to implementation, and particularly the systems within both the agency and the Commission are not as mature as I think we would all want, and I think are clunky. I think that does need to be attended to. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think that as we see the increased oversight of the market roll out, there is going to be a contraction of the provider market, and that is going to lead to potentially participants being left without support. So it's about how you sequence it and how do you ensure that when that does occur, that there is a plan to address it. And I think the point around the early warning signs through this implementation is such an important point. And certainly we as in our role as the peak have I think an important job to do.
I'm conscious of time. I'm happy to come back to questions, but I might hand over to those in the room. Ailey, do you want to kick off? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming and chatting to us today. We really appreciate it. I think my concern is over market stewardship and market oversight. I think one of the big failings of the NDIS, the way it's gone over the past 10 years, has there haven't been any early warning signs. So exactly what you've said. And what we've seen is, you know, basically big service providers that you represent, that predominantly look after the most significantly disabled people, exit the market, which has left huge gaps, but also the loss of the provider of last resort in terms of the states exiting the market. There's been some huge issues, particularly in Indigenous communities, but also regional and rural areas, of literally having no market. And I think this is one of the big issues that this reform hopefully will address. I want to see big providers that predominantly look after the most significant people, you know, people with the most significant disabilities, survive and thrive, and we need that to happen. Otherwise, the NDIS collapses. So, probably you can respond to this on notice because we don't have a lot of time. But in terms of the compliance requirements for the larger providers, where are the big issues? And I know that a lot of this is being addressed, but are there any gaps? I know that our legislation is going to address the fact that some of the bigger providers are obviously spending a lot more on compliance, and it's costing them a fortune in terms of. So, are there still any gaps? And how do you see market stewardship and oversight working, into the year in consideration of the changes we're making now? What are the early warning? How do you see that best, being improved? So probably that's the compliance requirements, the gaps. I think that's probably my biggest issue overall is the market stewardship. Yeah.
Yeah. I might make a couple of comments and then hand over to Karen. You noted the viability of quality providers. I think we've got members in each state and territory. They operate in every far-flung part of the country. They range from having 50 employees to multiple thousands, and I think that the diversity of that provider market is important, and it is, as you say, the part of the provider market that is doing the heavy lifting in terms of people with the most complex support needs. We are encouraged by the adoption of the market stewardship role by the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. I think that is where it does sit, and a more assertive approach is really required. We do have concerns about quality provider viability during the transition. There are an awful lot of moving parts in this reform agenda, and in the short term, they actually make it more difficult for quality providers than less. Medium term, it's going to sort a lot of the issues in the scheme out, and we really want to work with government to ensure that we retain that critical capability.
Yeah, and I think just to the point about, early warning signs and market monitoring, is a really important part of market stewardship. I think what really concerns us is that we do see providers, what we call quietly withdrawing from delivering certain types of services or certain markets. So it's not always providers exiting the NDIS totally, because then we're always reacting. There's nothing that we can do proactively about that. So, we're really keen to see the data that we have available being used to actually track those types of changes in service delivery, and give us an opportunity to intervene early, to work collaboratively with providers, with participants, with local communities, with government and the entities to address that before continuity of supports or before people are left without support or their supports are significantly disrupted.
It's a huge
And,
issue.
we talk about the provider market being, 300,000 at the moment. There are actually, the providers doing the work that you just spoke about are in the hundreds. Like, it's not that
that's right.
problem. And I think a different type of dialogue with that group of providers is required during this transition in order for it to be successful and in order for the scheme to be sustainable and for that group that the scheme is returning to significant and lifelong disability.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
Ed or Scott or Mary or Sally, does anyone have any other questions?
Sure, go, mate. That's right. You all right?
I'll put mine on notice.
Sally?
We're going to go a little bit over time.
Look, I'm really grateful for your attendance today, both to Michael and Karen. I have a handful of questions. I'm going to put them on notice for the sake of brevity, but I just think you've answered a lot through the course of the testimony, so thank you for your time today.
What we might do, just also for the benefit of the committee members, Jenny and I have just been exchanging some messages. We're going to make sure that committee members can get the break that we to do all of the work that otherwise needs to be done today. So we might go for another sort of 5 or 10 minutes if any members do want to ask questions. And I might just put a couple more questions in the meantime, if that's okay. So Ed, if you wanted to ask anything, otherwise I'm happy to kind of jump in there based on some stuff from the submission.
I guess, okay, so 2 questions then out of the ones that I had. One is, I noted in your submission, you're arguing there's still a bit of there's still a need for clarity around accountability across government, the department, NDIA, NDIS Commission. So in practice, where are providers seeing the biggest gaps or confusion as to who's responsible for what? And the second question is, separate to that, is can you let us know why you've called for a transition of pricing functions to the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority? Can you just refresh my mind on that point?
Yeah, sure. So to your first question, I think as we head into this reform period and the government's agenda is very clear, it is really important for providers and participants to understand who was responsible for which bit, and also the timelines associated with it. I think some sort of joint statement of accountability would be helpful. We put that in our paper, but I actually think that the importance of that is heightened now as a result of the reforms. We're heading where we all want to head. It's just making sure that we get there in a way that supports participants and also retains the provider market we need. So really the answer to your question is that needs to be documented now so it is well understood. In terms of transitioning price to the Independent Pricing Authority, independent pricing occurs in health and aged care. I would actually say in some ways the NDIS is more complex and pricing is a key tool to incentivise what you want to occur in a $50 billion scheme. And it is really important that you get that right because if not, it does incentivise the wrong behaviour. And, you know, we heard that earlier where the current price settings are disincentivising registration. So it's about, it's bringing the rigour and the discipline and the deep understanding of the market dynamics to the pricing, and that we think that's IHACPA.
Can I jump in there, Ed, and sort of piggyback off that, because I think that answer leads nicely into the next question, and it goes to your submission as well, and evidence we heard this morning around registration and this sort of idea of compliance versus auditing and front-ending the regulation to sort of prevent some of the issues. I mean, do you have any views on how to make the registration system obviously more appealing, more effective, or even even more preventative of some of the issues later on down the track?
Yeah, I'll make one quick comment and then I'll pass to Karen. I don't think it is about making the registration process appealing. I think that level of oversight of providers in a government scheme, happens in every other scheme in the world. So it is about how you do it in a fit for purpose way.
Yeah, I was just adding that it does need to be fit for purpose. It needs to be proportionate. I think some of the issues that we hear and that we heard, the committee heard this morning is that, if a sole provider that has, registration through a professional body has to undergo exactly the same process as a large multi-state provider servicing, many people with lots of different supports, then that's not fit for purpose. So we would agree with the provider and worker registration task force, where we need it's sort of registration, but not as we know it. It's a different approach. It's much more proportionate. It's scaled up depending on the risk of the support, the nature of the provider, where they're delivering their services, and that, you know, auditing, that there's some real clarity around what's required through auditing. We have called for things like some guidance around the prices of auditing, you know, what would be a reasonable price to charge, so that it gives, you know, some of those sole traders or sole practitioners a chance to know what is a reasonable cost for that. We've also argued that there is a real role, I think, for better data and data distribution. So our members, in terms to go to your preventative question or your proactive kind of element of your question, our members have long called for data that says, well, what are the themes that we're seeing? Where are the risks? What are the opportunities for organisations to lift services? We have seen the NDIS Commission do things like practice alerts, which are really helpful. So we think that there's some opportunities there, but we are very much about that. It needs to be risk proportionate. There's an opportunity for some mutual recognition where appropriate. There's different types of services that are delivered. So I think that's one of the ways of making sure the incentives are right and the regulation and the regulatory framework is right as well.
And I think...
Can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt, just to quickly ask around so the registration is standard, doesn't matter whether you're a sole provider or a large disability provider. Same price point. So obviously it's prohibitive if you're a single sole trader paying around thousands of dollars versus one single entity. And I take your point around the scale of it. Is there, so other than the price point and the sort of means or the sort of substantial testing of it, is there any other aspects of registration that you think are missing in this conversation that either incentivise or I know you sort of mentioned it's not really the way to think about it, but at least or even around the Commission's work that would make it easier for providers to register and to not have not just the cost of registration, but the sort of auditing and the other internal costs and the policy document write-ups. Are there any other ways in which providers can be sort of engaged that just makes the whole thing more productive and more appealing?
I mean, I think that the intent of registration is visibility. That doesn't exist at the moment. There isn't any visibility of unregistered providers because an invoice is not visibility. I think if you're running a group home, then it makes sense you should be audited. It makes sense that there is there are stringent safeguards. It should be easy to administratively streamline, but it makes sense. If you are a sole trader providing services, there needs to be some level of oversight. The government had proposed in the reforms an enrolment process, which is less intense, and we haven't seen the detail of it, but that intuitively that makes sense to us. But I think in the scheme we have seen a proliferation of sole traders, and I think the downside of that is that there isn't a assurance that those tens of thousands of providers have the skills and experience to do the complex work that is required. Because the work in the NDIS, it is different, the documentation is different, and it needs a level of coordination different to if you have a sore back and go to your physio. And not for a second am I saying that that group of providers don't have a role, or questioning practice, but it is a different role. And, I think we need to incentivise the providers that we want in the market. That's good stewardship.
I really appreciate it. I appreciate you bearing with us as we went over time. And we're going to wrap it up there. So thank you very much, both of you, for being here today. If there are questions that you've taken on notice or you've been asked to provide additional information, can you please forward it to the Secretariat? The Secretariat will advise you when the information is to be provided by, and the committee may have some further questions which they'll put in writing through the Secretariat. Again, we really appreciate your participation in this inquiry. The evidence that you've given today is really valuable, and we really appreciate it, and we'll use it in our deliberations. We are going to take a pause in the hearing. We're going to take a half an hour break, come back at 12:30, and then the last three groups of witnesses this afternoon will have 20-minute sessions for each of them, so members can still leave on time. We'll pause it there and we'll come back at 12:30.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
NDIS, and I call representatives from Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service. And for the Hansard records, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Naomi Anderson, Legal Practice Manager of Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service.
Thank you very much. Welcome. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Do you have an opening statement, Ms Anderson?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Maybe just before you do, the only thing I'll mention is that we're trying to avoid individual cases being spoken about in this hearing, so we can refrain from doing that, but I'm very keen for your thoughts more broadly on the way in which the administration of the scheme is operating. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank the committee for the invitation to appear today. Villamanta Disability Rights Legal Service is a community legal service in Victoria, providing advice and representation for disability-related justice issues. Our office is located in Geelong, and we've been working with clients who are NDIS participants since the commencement of the scheme, including on NDIS appeals. In that context, I would like to reflect on the changes we saw in the early days of the scheme. We saw how many people with disability there are in our community because all of a sudden they were out and about in the community, visible, proud, included, and living their best lives. We saw people escaping family violence, leaving abusive situations, and gaining independence. They were connected with support workers who helped them find their way to a service like ours. I'll never forget the day I saw a former client who'd come to us seeking protection from very ugly family violence for themselves and their siblings. I was in Kmart and they came to greet me. They were buying sportswear because they'd just joined the gym to improve their fitness and strength. They were happy and confident and free. This was the difference the NDIS made. It was real and incredible. But people don't come to a legal service when everything's going great. So the people we see in relation to NDIS appeals have a different story to tell. They come to us when an initial decision has been made, which they disagree with, and an internal review has not been successful. They're now appealing the decision at the Administrative Review Tribunal. I would note that the number of requests we receive in relation to NDIS appeals has increased sharply in the last 2 years, tripling the demand on our intake, while our capacity to provide assistance has not changed. An issue which has become very apparent in this time is that there are real issues with the agency's management of data and documents. We've had multiple clients where the agency have changed the so-called primary disability recorded for the person for no apparent reason, significantly changing the basis upon which the person's plan is funded. I don't know whether this is a conscious action or a data migration issue when moving from one system to another or something else, but I do know it's happening for many people. As an example of how this works, I have consent from P to talk about their situation. They gained access to the scheme in 2019 for a physical disability, which I will call X. In 2025, they were informed that they had gained access for autism and their funding would be changed as a result. That funding included their funding for specialist disability accommodation, their home, which is now not funded. They are being threatened with eviction. But the thing is, P wasn't diagnosed with autism until 2020, a year after they gained access to the scheme. So it is demonstrably impossible that that is the basis for which they gained access. We've seen the planning documents for 2019 to 2025, and they all state the primary disability is X. At some point, someone changed this, throwing Pete's life into turmoil. It is 4 months on from that decision being made. The matter is waiting for an interlocutory hearing at the ART next Friday, and P is in hospital because they're not safe to be at home without supports. Their entire life is on hold, and they're having to make very difficult decisions about what to do going forward. In contrast, I would mention a matter where the participant was told they had inadequate funding, but in reality, what we found was that their service provider, a large, well-known and registered provider, was overcharging and under-delivering, including some examples from the invoices we saw, claiming public holiday rates for 10 days in 2 months, none of which were public holidays, claiming Saturday and Sunday rates for weekdays, and claiming 42.7 hours for 1 day. Our client was plan managed and the plan manager did not raise issues. Most of the clients of this provider would have been agency managed given the nature of the services they provide, and clearly no concerns with this billing practice had been raised. But enough from me. You have our written submissions and I welcome any questions that the committee has.
Thank you so much. And so maybe let's elaborate, obviously not on the specifics of the case that is before the ART, but more broadly. So on the pattern that you're seeing around the change in which the basis of the the disability is the basis of the plan, is it ever changed to a disability that increases the plan's eligibility?
We can't possibly know that because if it increased the funding, they wouldn't be appealing it. They wouldn't come to us.
Yeah. So
The ones we
basically,
see are reducing.
and what are the sort of, are there any themes among that that the NDIS or the NDIA is sort of is allocating the change in the plan?
I'd say we've seen quite a few people who have an acquired brain injury, along with other impairments, have the acquired brain injury removed from their record. People's psychosocial disability or autism being moved up the list of priorities. There was a decision of the tribunal this week where it seemed that autism had been dropped down and then other psychosocial had been increased, but nobody knew why or where that came from. So a mix.
And in your like in your attempts to sort of assist your clients before it gets to an appeal stage, is there any recourse or any channel in which you can contact the agency and sort of have a conversation around around why they've gotten to that decision or why they made that decision? Is there any accountability on that end?
One of the things we've seen in the last few years is the agency really closing the doors to that sort of communication. We don't see people until they have an appeal because of the sheer volume of them that are coming through. I know that in most cases, the participant and or their supports have attempted to resolve it through those means prior to getting, and there's also been through an internal review, and they've tried to raise those issues. Often, though, they don't actually realise that that is the basis of the problem until they get to the tribunal. They just know that the funding's been reduced. It's only when they get to the tribunal that they get transparency of the documents and then can say, wait, there's something missing here.
So there's no communication with the recipient to say your the basis in which your plan is built around has changed or is now this allocation. You just have, they just send you the what the plan is approved for and the total amount of funding.
Yes, mostly.
Because that would, if that was sort of to be caught earlier in the process and things like that were to be, caught earlier in that pipeline, it would seem like it would make your job a bit easier.
Much easier. It would save everybody all of the time and distress at the tribunal because it could have been resolved at the source.
Because it is an expense for the tribunal, for the agency to go to the tribunal, though, prepare the legal case.
Definitely.
What do you think what do you, this is sort of maybe beyond your direct submission, but for the assistance of the committee, is there any sort of estimation around how many cases are taken to the tribunal and also what the estimation would be of cost for the agency to take a matter to the tribunal?
That's not information we would have. Right.
Yeah. And how many cases would you annually be appearing before in the tribunal?
I'll have to take that as a question on notice. I'm happy to provide that information to the committee and I'll ask our staff here to pull that number for us.
That'd be great. I guess, and then, I mean, if there's any information around the increase over time as well, that would be really helpful. And but in your sort of anecdotal reflections, it's basically a similar pattern where someone has a serious and a significant disability and they they're on the scheme and then their plans get reduced, that gets appealed, failed, taken to the tribunal. Is there a similar it's all about the sort of change in assessment done somewhere along the lines internally? That's the common problem.
For a large number that have come through in the last 18 months, yes.
Right.
The difficulty for the participant is that's not transparent to them. There's no way that they can see what's recorded as their disability.
And on the sort of compliance end, I mean, in your experience, so you mentioned one example where it's likely that they're with registered providers and they're managed in-house by the agency, or by the but do you sort of ever see examples where clients are coming to you around services that should be provided that are not?
Yes, and I'd say that's across a range of providers. It's certainly not definitely the case that registered providers provide more safeguards. The thing that a lot of our clients tell us is that what provides them with safeguards is that they can decide who works with them. So if they're working with a large registered provider that will send whichever of their staff the agency prefers, that doesn't feel safe to them, whereas if they can choose the individual, that is safer. So many of them have chosen sole traders or smaller organisations, and many also still stay with the large registered providers. It's a range.
Yeah, right. And in terms of the circumstances or the recourse, if you have a provider that is either consistently not provided the services that they should be providing, or the quality of services, what's your next steps? Do you engage with the Commission after that, or what do you do in that circumstance? Did you get my question? Was that did I?
Sorry, no, there's
Something going on?
I'm getting another.
Is that better?
I'm hearing the beginning of this hearing through.
Can you hear me, Naomi?
I might try and log out and log back in.
Okay. Sal, do you want to ask any questions?
I just wanted to get an insight into the discrepancy between what people are coming, like how big a drop are they usually experiencing in their packages?
All right, she's just logging back on, so I'll hand over to you in a sec.
Has Layla gone down for her now?
Yeah, although she's kind of squawking a little bit. I can hear her in the other room, but I think she's going to go back to sleep, hopefully.
Yeah, you hope, yeah.
Yeah. If I signal the bat sign, then I might need you to take over for 2 minutes. But welcome back, Naomi. Can you hear me now?
Much better now, thank you.
Sally had a question for you. I might hand over to Sally.
Hi, Naomi. I know most of the cases that you would be dealing with are highly individualised, but have you got any insight into the median or average of the funding difference that people would have experienced in their packages by the time they do come to you? So we're just trying to figure out the quantum of change.
Very different for everybody. Because of the clientele that we focus on, they are mostly people who are receiving 24/7 supports. So the quantum of change can be considerable, but it varies considerably. There's no consistency, I wouldn't say.
And are you seeing any trends in the areas where there are significant change as part of their package? So is it in the personal care space or the community care?
Mostly it's in the core supports, which is in-home and in the community. Somewhat in therapies, but mostly in the core.
In core supports. Okay. Thank you.
Naomi, before we kind of got discombobulated, I was wondering about your sort of processes when a client comes to you with concerns around the services being provided or poor practices by providers. What's your engagement with the Commission like in that moment, or what's the sort of steps that you take to assist a client in those moments?
We have assisted quite a few clients to make complaints to the Commission. I would say not particularly successfully. It's quite often a one-way path. They make the complaint and don't hear much, if anything, back. It is quite often the case that our advice is more likely to be that they should change providers.
Can you just go into that one more time? Sorry, how many complaints do you think you would have made to the Commission that just don't go answered?
The majority of our complaints to the Commission would be unanswered.
Really? And
that's been the case for a very long time.
And I mean, sort of to give we don't have to go into individual cases, but the sort of broad nature of some of these complaints, like how serious do they vary from?
If they're extremely serious and there are safety concerns, we would contact the Commission and speak to somebody and deal with it that way. So we wouldn't necessarily expect to hear back because we'd expect that they are taking action. The ones that we would handle are the ones that are less urgent, where there's been dishonest conduct, where there's been a failure to disclose a conflict of interest, which has resulted in the participant having services that were not appropriate for them or being overcharged. And we will spend quite a bit of time with the participants working through to document that complaint and provide all of the evidence to the Commission, but we just don't hear back.
So even if there is a serious complaint where there is a safety issue and you raise that directly with the Commission, you don't hear anything back from the Commission around the outcome of that, whether or not, even if the matter's closed, any resolutions, any acknowledgement of it, they just take it and then that's it.
Yes, it's very much a one-way process.
And how serious is some of the safety concerns you've raised with the Commission that you've never heard back from?
The ones that are very serious, we know action was taken because we know that the person has had a change in their circumstances, and it's probably not appropriate for me to go into those more because of the specifics of the and privacy. They're very clear who and where, but the process of the Commission is not one of mediating or resolving. It is one of receiving complaints, and quite often we have people who contact us and say they made a complaint and then the only thing they heard was that the complaint was closed.
Right. Or any advice given to other participants or anything like that? Is there any sort of do we know if that provider's still providing services or anything like that?
Of the recent complaints we've made, there certainly are, and there was a provider in Victoria that was banned, I think, late last year, and we've heard multiple reports that they've now just set up shop in a different business name and are back running the business, and they're a registered provider all over again.
But they were banned as a result of the complaint that you made?
No, that's a separate issue, but that entity was banned. All of the directors simply shut that down and phoenixed into a new company and started again, which is now a registered provider.
Are there any other engagements with the Commission that you think, or any other aspects of the Commission that you think could be reformed to make this more effective in actually assisting those who need the Commission's quality oversight, while also going after and regulating those who are misusing the scheme?
I'm not sure it's necessarily the Commission's role. I see a role for something like an industry ombudsman that actually helps mediate those disputes. It seems we're all expecting the Commission to do something akin to an industry ombudsman when that's not necessarily their role. I do think that participants certainly expect to hear back about their complaints and to be spoken to about those complaints, but I also understand that the sheer volume has made that difficult.
But isn't the Commission's role to make sure that there is quality and compliance with the scheme, including safety?
That is my understanding. I don't know that that necessarily translates into telling participants what happened with their discussions and actions with the provider. In our experience, it doesn't.
But if there, so you would think that the ombudsman role would be more so if the commission is inadequately dealing with matters, as opposed to the commission, and therefore a recourse beyond that, as opposed to the commission, not fulfilling its duties, and on a sort of more systematic level. That was sort of
To clarify, not the Commonwealth Ombudsman, an industry ombudsman like telecommunication ombudsman.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Financial
We've got a few ombudsmans. Yeah. I understand the specific ones. Okay. I think. Is there any other advice in relation to the commission that you think would be helpful in our deliberation about what improvements could be made there, other than having an ombudsman, which I think is certainly a consideration. But what any other advice?
I know that there has been work done on triaging complaints, but I still think that there is a lot of work to be done in terms of feedback to participants about what they can expect. There is an expectation that consumer law will help participants. They're now contracting freely in the market. That's a very slow process and doesn't really fit well with NDIS because you've got plans of a certain duration, and even if you had funding returned, it wouldn't come to you. So we really are relying on the Commission, and issues like amounts being withdrawn from plans inappropriately leaves the person without the funding and really no recourse at all.
And the Commission, you can make a complaint to them and you just don't hear back on that.
And they may well be doing a lot of work on it, but it doesn't get communicated back to the person who made the complaint.
Well, that doesn't help someone who's got a lower plan, who's in a hospital waiting for their recourse. Ms. Anderson, I really appreciate your evidence and the time which you gave the committee today. We are on a relatively tight schedule this afternoon, but this has been exceptionally valuable, and I really do appreciate it. And if there are any questions taken on notice, if you can please forward it to the Secretariat, and they'll let you know when we'd like it to be provided by. And if we do have any further questions, we might send them on notice through the Secretariat as well. But we really do appreciate it, and thank you very much for all of your work as well. All right, we're just going to take a 30-second break, and we'll come back with Intrepidus Law. From Intrepidus Law. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name is Belinda Kokanovska. I am the principal and founder of Intrepidus Law.
Welcome. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And as we've mentioned for every witness today, if we can avoid speaking about individuals throughout the hearings, but very keen for your views more broadly on the administration of the scheme. Is there any opening statement you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you.
Go for it.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Belinda Kokanovska. I am the principal and founder of Intrepidus Law. We are a law firm with a practice focus on NDIS law and disability rights. We represent and advise both participants of the NDIS and NDIS providers, and represent participants at the Administrative Review Tribunal. The amendment bill introduced to Parliament yesterday and associated scheme integrity measures are not simply reform. What we are witnessing is a fundamental philosophical shift away from the founding principles of the NDIS. The NDIS was built on the premise that people with disability are entitled to individualised disability support needs and that they must have choice and control over how, when and by whom those supports are delivered. These are admirable features of the scheme and every Australian should be proud of them. However, what we are seeing is these features being overshadowed by a rorts and fraudsters narrative being pushed by political leaders and the media. While fraud must be addressed, this narrative has become disproportionate. It obscures the fact that much of what is characterised as non-compliance arises from a system that is complex and poorly designed. It also creates a presumption of suspicion towards participants and providers, justifying increasingly punitive measures and a dangerous shift in attitude in the public mind towards our most vulnerable cohort of Australians as being a cost burden to be controlled instead of people we are proud to support. A case on point is the recent proposal of government to restrict and reduce funding on community access supports. Community access supports are not discretionary luxuries. They are fundamental to participation, inclusion and dignity. This philosophical shift is not just an attack on people with disability, it is an attack on the market itself. Compliance responsibility has moved to participants and providers, and we are concerned that ordinary Australians may be being set up for failure. Compliance mechanisms such as Section 45 manual claim reviews are being used to impose payment locks without reasons, without particulars, and without any meaningful right of appeal. These processes allow the agency to suspend economic activity that underpins participant supports. When participants cannot claim for services and providers cannot be paid, services stop. And when services stop, participants bear the consequences, which can be fatal. The proposed administrative and compliance environment is making it increasingly difficult for small and medium providers to operate businesses. Cash flow disruption, regulatory uncertainty, unpredictable pricing control, and administrative burden are creating conditions in which operating an NDIS business is becoming commercially untenable. This disproportionately affects small businesses, particularly those operated by women, who form a significant proportion of the NDIS workforce and provide a business base. As these providers exit the market, participants lose access to diverse, local, flexible supports. We must ask what kind of market is being created in their place. There is concern that the effect of these reforms is to shift the market towards larger, more centralised providers, large entities that are better able to absorb administrative burden, withstand payment delays, and operate within rigid red tape frameworks. Such a market is inherently easier for government to regulate and control, is more readily aligned with a workforce model which is much more unionised. It encourages a disability support workforce operating under award-based conditions instead of trading as sole traders or small businesses. But that is not the model the NDIS was designed to create. The NDIS was to create a diverse marketplace of small to medium innovative provider businesses competing to deliver high quality services to participants who can choose the supports that work for them. This is not a marginal adjustment we are witnessing. It is a reorientation of the scheme away from individual rights and small business enterprise towards restriction, red tape, an increasingly unionised and awards-based workforce, centralisation and market control. If choice is lost, control is lost. And if control is lost, risk to participants increases dramatically. If we are to protect participants, ensure safety and maintain integrity of the scheme, we must return to first principles. Individualised, evidence-based decision-making, genuine choice and control, a diverse, sustainable provider market with sensible pricing, a robust scheme infrastructure that promotes compliance by design, and administrative processes grounded in procedural fairness and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. what's your main concern with the unionised workforce?
What I'm concerned about there is what we hear from people with really complex support needs is that big business models are not able to respond to really bespoke and individual needs. They're not able to respond to a roster of care that allows a participant to choose, say, for example, a particular support worker. And this is where you hear people in the disability community talk a lot about choice and control and self-management of supports. And this is where people with disability will be quite fierce in their defence of being able to directly hire a support worker who, for example, may be a sole trader, because that person may be highly skilled. That person also may have the ability to provide their services within a roster of care that suits that individual. When we have big businesses providing support worker supports, and you see this a lot in a SIL model, what can happen is you will just have people rostered on, and the participant doesn't necessarily get to choose who those people are. And when you have a support worker who's providing very intimate support care to you, that might involve assisting you toilet, assisting you shower and dress, so they're touching your naked body. It is really important, and it's an inherent dignity to be able to choose who that person is, to choose what person gets to come into your home.
Of course. And what restrictions are there? Like isn't that happening already?
That happens at the moment, in particular with when we have this is where we have sole traders or smaller type businesses who are localized and are able to respond in very bespoke and tailored ways to people. So yes, it does happen. What is under threat is a push towards mandatory registration in particular, and if that's going to create a situation where the overheads and the costs of doing that is going to be prohibitive. And
isn't I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'm kind of keen to sort of dissect your experience here. But isn't the answer then like to make the registration, to reform the registration process? We've heard evidence this morning around it and how prohibitive it is for sole traders. Isn't that the answer? I mean, is it like if someone prefers to have, the security of the agency, or to prefer to have agencies that provide specialised services with, with training or whatever, then that's someone's choice. But if someone prefers to have a sole trader that can come in more flexible hours, that's their choice too. And that's like, it seems like that's happening where that's available in the service provision, depending on what area you're in. But isn't the answer then the recommendation that actually registration and the process around registration is a problem, not the fact that it's unionised workforce?
I think the comment around a unionised workforce is that what tends to happen with bigger businesses, the way that they are making, the way their support businesses are profitable is obviously by taking the margin, the difference between the pricing guide price for the support.
I'm very sorry. I'm just need to pause for a second. My 5-month-old daughter is going. She's just woken up. But keep going. Keep giving the evidence, and then Ailey, if you want to just take over for 1 second, is that okay? I'm really sorry, Belinda. I'll be back in 1 second.
Sorry, Ellie, do you want me to continue answering? I think you're on mute. Sorry, you're on mute.
Hello, it's Mary Aldred here, a committee member. Hi, it's Mary Aldred here, a committee member. Please continue with your evidence. There are a number of us listening very keenly and keen to hear your continued contribution, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think the bigger the business, the way the business typically will make money in the NDIS market is that it is taking the margin between the price that is set for supports by the NDIS price guide, which I think is around, for core supports at the moment during the weekday is hovering around $70 per hour. And the difference between, and so that's the price that they will invoice a participant for, and then obviously they employ the support workers who would be on the SHADS award. And I think what the standard award wage hourly rate is around $40 per hour. So it's that $30 margin that the business, that's how they're making the profit, right? The difference with at the moment is with the way supports are priced is that your sole trader or your independent support worker can provide services to a participant and invoice the participant for that $70 per hour rate. Okay, and so what I understand is proposed to occur is that there's going to be some differential pricing occurring, and that is going to encourage, well, it's going to discourage sole traders, but it's going to probably encourage bigger business. And what that means is people providing disability support services will be employees as opposed to business owners or sole traders. So so that's a bit of a difference there in terms of how things operate. And obviously when we have more and more compliance responsibilities and we have more and more red tape and more overheads, that becomes increasingly difficult for smaller businesses to compete against bigger businesses. And so it's a natural consequence that what you're going to probably see is a marketplace being dominated by much bigger businesses, which the fear with the disability community is that translates into a dilution of choice and a dilution of control. So yeah, they're the concerns.
No, and you've illustrated that very well to the committee. Perhaps if I can ask another question, have you seen just anecdotally a bit of a shifting demographic of providers concentrating through to bigger providers, for the reasons that you've outlined, and perhaps a shrinking of the percentage of smaller, independently owned and operated businesses?
I think that's a projection of what you're going to see as with the timeline that we saw published on the announcement of the budget is that we are heading towards a mandatory registration. And so the fear with there's a lot of, what is the problem at the moment for providers and what's creating businesses to exit the market is multifaceted. There's much uncertainty around what the pricing arrangements are going to look like in the future. There's a lot of uncertainty around what registration looks like and means from an overheads perspective and from a compliance point of view, whether it's going to be too burdensome for businesses to be able to take on that those responsibilities and the cost of that, of doing business. There's what's creating a lot of uncertainty in the market for providers at the moment is when we hear and we see with the amendment bill that was everyone's had access to yesterday and was put before Parliament yesterday, is that the minister is going to be able to basically just say to the market, we're going to cut this category of support by like 20%. Now, if you're doing business in a market and the government says to you that basically we're going to take 20% of money out of that market, that's a really, really scary thing for a business to operate in, because it's like, well, so that so that's a lot of people that are not going to be performing services. It's a lot of people who, it's supports that won't need to be delivered anymore. So what happens to those businesses that were delivering those services? What happens to the workers who were delivering those services? So I think at the moment I would be very concerned if I were a business owner in the NDIS space at the moment. It's not just the complete uncertainty with how this market is going to operate. It's also the compliance and the consequences for non-compliance are really quite punitive. The Section 46 in the NDIS Act that actually requires, and I don't know if a lot of service providers are really across this, but a service provider must only provide services to a participant that's funded in their plan. Now, that's extraordinary because that requires any service provider to understand precisely how their client, their participant's plan is built. Now, there's no obligation for a participant to actually hand over their plan to a provider, right? Because it's private information. And when you look at an NDIS plan, it's almost impossible to understand how it's actually been built. When we do appeals at the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, the first thing we ask the agency on behalf of our clients is, can you please provide us the breakdown of how this plan is built? Because I can see the plan, but it doesn't tell me precisely what supports have been funded. And it's only that back end architecture that sits behind the plan that tells you what you're actually allowed to spend your plan on. So it's got to create a terrible situation of where you're kind of set up to fail in many ways, because it's almost a lot of participants don't actually know what is actually funded in their plans, precise, at a granular level. So there's a lot of risk involved.
Can I just why do you keep referring to it as the market?
Because it is a market. What it is, that it is a marketplace.
Isn't it? Yeah, but isn't it actually a scheme designed for service provision?
Yeah, and that services are provided in a market with a lot of thriving businesses, and a lot of those businesses are owned by women, and often women who have lived experience of disability. It's actually created so much opportunity and freedom for a lot of women to actually to earn income, because many women who own NDIS service businesses may have loved ones or family members who have disability, and it's through their lived experience that they know how to provide services and are connected to the community. It also, because of they may have caring responsibilities themselves or disabilities themselves, it provides them that flexibility to earn money and pay taxes, because they may not be able to access standard employment because of caring responsibility. So it offers flexibility.
No doubt, right? And all of what you just said is extremely valid. However, the NDIS is not there to be its purpose is not to be a market for flexible working arrangements, as important as they are. The NDIS is there to be a service provision for people with severe disabilities to be able to participate in society. So I'm just sort of, the problem with that when managing a scheme like that is that if you design it around, what's best for enterprise, then it's not centered around what's best for the client. Now, often the two go hand in hand, and often there are small businesses that do amazing work, and no one's here to doubt that. But I just don't understand the logic to say, or the arguments put forward to say, this has to be built around enterprise. And I guess my question to you on that is, isn't the issue here around making sure that the quality of providers is maintained by having really simple and easy registration so that compliance can also be simple and easy, to ensure that what is really important here is that the people who really rely on the scheme get access to high quality service provision. Isn't that where the sort of problem lies? Like, I'm not sure that the minister being able to change things is the problem, because this is not a market. This is a service provision, and government needs to be able to administer service provision.
Just for the benefit of Hansard, I'm not saying this is all about enterprise at all. I don't agree with you on your observation that it's not a market. It is a market, and it has been. That's by design. The idea of the scheme was to get away from centralised block funding that was mostly driven by a charity model, and that a lot of churches would deliver support, or states or the state would deliver support. And the reason for that philosophically was to provide choice to people, and because when people have choice, they have control, and that's the fundamental tenet that you hear day in, day out from the disability community about how valuable choice and control is to people who are disabled. So maybe we'll agree to disagree on the philosophical side of things. But
I guess, yeah. Then more relation to your comment around the minister and the sort of, I guess I went down that road because of the way in which you described the policies that were put forward in the Parliament, that enabled the minister to make amendments to service provision or what's covered in the scheme. I understand that can have a real impact on the businesses that are working in the scheme. I'm not denying it, and I don't think anyone would be doing that. Certainly not the minister, in a way to intentionally make that difficult for those people who are working in the scheme. But the starting point here is not how do we make sure that the businesses who are working in the scheme are surviving. The starting point here is how do we make sure the service provision that, as you correctly just described, is being giving people with serious disability choice. How do we maintain that in a way that's sustainable? And so I was just sort of responding to your evidence, but I agree with your sentiments around choice. Of course, I mean that's absolutely correct. So I guess again, and maybe I'll ask this as the last question. We might have to move on to the next witnesses. Is like, what recommendations do you have to make that registration process more straightforward, so that it's not prohibitive, and that we do maintain the good providers who want to work in the scheme, who do provide that flexible workplace, but also don't want to have cost prohibitive factors to be able to just participate in it?
Yeah, look, and perhaps one suggestion may be that there can be different streams, perhaps, given the size of your business. I think perhaps it's one thing for a very big business, such as like Hire Up, for example, which is enormous. I mean, some of we have, it's not with it, unrealistic to think that at some point in time, NDIS businesses will become listed on the stock exchange. Like they're becoming big enterprises. And so that what's required for a corporation like that, ought to be different to like a small to medium sized business, I would think would be reasonable.
I think that's a really good piece of advice. Thank you. We might leave it there because we do have one more set of hearings. So I really thank you for being a part of the evidence today, and also about having the sort of honest and sort of robust back and forth. It is kind of important to be able to ask honest questions, and I do appreciate your considerate way in which you responded and entertained it. So thank you very much. If you have taken questions on notice or been asked to provide additional information, if you could forward it to the Secretariat, and the Secretariat will advise you when the information is to be provided by. And if the committee has any further questions, I'll send you these in writing through the Secretariat. Again, thank you so much and good luck with your work. We'll just take a 30-second break and switch over to Alliance 20 for the last hearing of the day. From Alliance 20. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Leanne Fretton, CEO of Sylvanvale, representing Alliance 20.
Oh, Joanne, you're on mute.
Is Joanne Hewitt. I'm the CEO of Achieve Australia, representing Alliance 20.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, mute buttons are a bugger of a thing.
They're all in different spots.
Yeah. All good. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make any opening remarks, just a small request is that we avoid referencing any individuals or individual cases, but very keen for your views more broadly on the administration of the scheme. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Over to you.
Well, thank you to the committee for having us today and the opportunity to appear before the committee as part of the inquiry into the administration of the NDIS. As we said earlier, Joanne and I represent Alliance 20, which is a group of service providers made up of the most largest service providers across the country. The members of Alliance 20 support over 125,000 participants, many of those with an intellectual disability and very high and complex support needs. And the service providers do this across a variety of specialist supports, such as supported independent living, clinical supports, and community participation and skill building service provision as well. We will take Alliance 20's submission as read by the committee members, but we do wish to highlight just 3 areas of concern, these being registration, supports to those with the most complex needs, and pricing. So I'll ask Joanne to first comment on the areas of registration and support for those with the most complex needs, and then I'll conclude with some comments around pricing. So thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Leanne. And yes, we certainly support a tiered system of registration for all providers, understanding that there are many and varied kinds of providers in the scheme. For really risky services like supported independent living, certainly some social and community participation, and particularly for people with complex needs, registration and full registration is absolutely vital. And we know that currently there are 260,000 providers with only 16,000 registered providers, which means that there are a whole lot of organisations, people and providers in the scheme that have no oversight whatsoever. The Commission, of course, the NDIS Commission has power to intervene where non-registered providers breach quality and safeguarding standards, but finding out about that's reliant upon informal reporting regime, whereas providers, of course, are subject to mandatory reporting regimes. So there's really currently not a mechanism for the NDIS to know whether unsafe or even criminal practice like fraud is happening via unregistered providers unless it's drawn to their attention by a participant, another provider or a member of the public. So we see that as serious concern. It also wraps up in the pricing that I'm sure Leanne will talk about in terms of as registered providers, we have a number of hurdles that we need to reach, and rightly so, but we actually can't charge any more than an unregistered provider. So it actually creates all sorts of inequities in the scheme. In terms of the planning framework, we certainly would want to see a change in the way planning frameworks occur for participants, particularly participants with complex needs. We've seen over the last 5 years a reduction in the number of people who are considered under the NDIS to or have got funding for high intensity supports. But as large service providers, we are still providing those supports because there's been no rhyme nor reason why some of those people have been removed from that funding regime. And so really the NDIS is providing and funding unsafe plans. We have a requirement both from the point of view of good practice and ensuring that our clients are safe and well cared for, to provide good quality staff that have a certain level of training. And the NDIS Commission makes sure that we do, that we have all those things in place. But we're funded to provide staff at level 2 SHADS award, which is really at the level of an unskilled worker, when often we're having to provide level 3 SHADS award staff and provide additional training. So the planning framework really needs to consider people with high and complex needs, needs to consider the additional funding that people require, needs to consider actually having people in the room who understand what the person needs and not just rely on support coordinators where the understanding and sometimes the training is inadequate, and families who are often out of their depth, and participants who are often don't understand what needs to be built into plans. So I'll leave it there and hand back to Leanne to talk about pricing.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. Alliance 20 considers that the NDIA's role in setting pricing is really in direct conflict to its responsibilities to manage sustainability and concurrently reduce costs. And it's been well documented that the current pricing approach or methodology actually disregards the cost of service delivery for registered providers, and in particular, Alliance 20 providers. So we do support the concept of an independent pricing authority for quality registered providers, including members of Alliance 20. That is something that we are supportive of. But we also recognise that with government's recent announcements, as recent as yesterday with the release of the bill, we understand the pressure to secure the future of the NDIS and the sustainability limitations placed upon it. So for providers, we're hopeful of consultation and planned implementation of those reforms, some of which the concerns we have raised today are included in that bill. So we are happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you both so much. Maybe let's start with the Commission. I mean, do you have any advice around how the Commission could be improved in your engagement with it?
I'll start, Joe, and then maybe you can kick off. I think there's two components to this. As Joanne outlined, there are more than 260,000 providers in the scheme, of which they only really oversight closely through registration a very small percentage of those. So that is clearly an issue. I think for those providers that are registered, we see registration and oversight as a key component to quality and safeguarding. In terms of their engagement with the sector, I think given the scope and the broadness of their role, they do their best to engage with the sector and have engaged with Alliance 20 members, but I think they will be stretched should that the scope of their work increase to the 260,000 providers. That would be of concern.
I mean, if it was sort of done on the basis that they had to audit every provider, then that would be true. But a regulator doesn't usually operate like that. More so around, well, what are the concerning themes? What triggers compliance activity? What triggers investigation by the Commission? Those sorts of things. I mean, the evidence we've heard so far is sort of around twofold. One is that when complaints are made to the Commission, it's sort of a black hole, and you don't hear anything back from them. So I'd be interested in your views on that. And then the other part of it is around the Commission potentially not having sort of clear and transparent indications to the sector around what their work is focusing on and what the compliance issues that people are receiving. So therefore, it's without wanting to flag where people are doing the wrong thing, but also to make it clear to those who are that this is we know about this, and this is where the Commission's going to be focusing its work to try and at least communicate or focus the efforts of the Commission. I mean, it's not an insignificant organisation. There's 1,000 people working there. So I guess I'm interested in your views on that, and then obviously around registration as well. We're hearing a lot about that as a constant theme of this, because we don't want it to be prohibitive for good small providers who they're doing this because it fits in with their life and this is something they're good at, and and can provide a high quality service. But it's the cost of registration is the same as a massive organisation, business or non-for-profit that's got hundreds of staff. So yeah, I guess they're the three areas where I'd be interested in your views on the Commission.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to talk about our experience in terms of complaints, and that the black hole is probably a good description in that, we have had not a lot of complaints that have come to us via the Commission, but certainly we have had the experience where sometimes 2 years after a complaint is made, that the Commission will then follow up and call us and say, well, we had this complaint, X amount of time, and we've then got to go
2 years.
Oh, it can be, yeah. And then we're digging through, and I think that is an indication of the volume of activity that they have in comparison to the resources that they have to follow up. Maybe also how they triage, I'm not entirely sure, but that's not an unusual thing. And we don't really have...
without going to the specifics of it and giving too much detail away, like what was the nature of the complaint that took 2 years to resolve?
It didn't take 2 years to resolve. It took us very limited time to resolve once it came to us, because it was something that somebody wasn't happy about, that, we were supposed to have done. We provided all the information about it and it was resolved pretty quickly. It was really not, I think it was the way it was triaged, and whether that just got lost in the system. But, it's not unusual for complaints not to be resolved. And I hear from clients who say that, they've made complaints and haven't heard anything.
So do you want to just, can you just repeat that example of the 2 year thing? So what from woe to go, what happened?
Yeah, so it was in relation to someone, and I won't go to specifics, but in relation to someone who had left our service and a transition that took place. And the client was unhappy about something that occurred in that transition. We had good, follow-up and information that we could provide the Commission, so it was resolved very quickly. It was one of those things that could have been knocked on the head pretty quickly, but it just took a long time for the Commission to get to it and actually come to us. Now, that could have been about triaging, and because it wasn't in the level of importance that it took that long, but, that
So
certainly...
It took the Commission 2 years.
For us.
It took the Commission 2 years to contact you that they'd received a complaint. Was that
in that particular instance? Yes.
But you could resolve that complaint very quickly.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
But the Commission took 2 years from the time in which that
I can't say it was
made.
exactly 2 years, but it was certainly a long time. Yeah, it was up to 2 years.
I mean, isn't that just a sort of process of receive complaint, have a look at it, and forward on the complaint? That
ask for information. Yes, absolutely. And so that's one example. I mean, I'm not going to overstate that happens all the time, but I just think that just does indicate that lack of real understanding about how the complaints process works, and how we as providers can respond in as quick and timely manner as we can.
You went into pricing and around sort of incentivizing low quality services. I mean, obviously, this is a like we obviously we hear this is a real problem for a lot of quality providers who also want to be able to make a living in an environment where there's high inflation, things are expensive. I get all of that, but in the sort of long-term viability of the scheme, price increases are something you have to be sort of carefully consider. I mean, what sort of administrative ideas you referenced the independent evaluation of it? Is there anything you wanted to elaborate on that?
I think what Alliance 20 would like to see is a pricing methodology that is based on the realities of the services, of the service provision that we provide. So just to give you a couple of examples as to where today that is misaligned, workers' compensation, every state across the country has different arrangements. The cost model includes an allocation of 2% of cost allocated to workers' compensation. In New South Wales, I can tell you that those rates are well above 5%. And there are a number of examples where the methodology is misaligned with the realities of the things that we must pay for. They are not optional extras or profit margin. So with that independent body, we would like transparent pricing arrangements that is based on the realities of the services that we provide. And that starts from wages, base wages. The current model, an award-based staff member at a level 2 can earn around $75,000 a year or thereabouts. But an independent sole contractor working just 40 hours a week can earn almost $150,000 based on that $70 an hour charge out rate. So there are certainly inequities with the current regime, which impact high quality providers like the Alliance 20 members.
And in your, or I might actually, before I hand over the Deputy Chair, one very quick question. I mean, in your experience as a sort of provider, I mean, the advantages of having sort of organisational support is that, what sort of professional development, what sort of training and sort of innovation do you do to ensure that you're constantly supporting your workforce and constantly supporting your clients as well, and that there's been evidence to say that that's being very detrimental to clients, but I'm sure you've got a counter argument to as to why it's important to also have options where you've got organisations that can provide that sort of genuine operational support and professional structure as well around it.
Yeah, so I think all of our organisations that belong to Alliance 20 would have pretty defined training regimes and supervision support within their organisation. So ensuring that people have a point of contact, that they have regular team meetings, that they have a manager that they report to, and usually have a supervision structure. All staff come in and they have an induction into the general operations of the organisation, but induction into things like manual handling, mealtime management, those general kind of supports that would need to be required for a person with disability. And then beyond that, there is training for specific individuals. So training on individual manual handling plans, on behaviour support plans, those kinds of things that would happen as a bespoke training according to operating that particular house or supporting a particular individual. quite comprehensive.
I really appreciate that, the answer on that one, Joanne. I'm going to hand over the Deputy Chair for, I think, is the last question, and then we'll let you get on with your Friday. Deputy Chair.
You're on mute, Mr. Buckholz.
You're on mute, brother.
So sorry. Thank you for the amazing work that you do on the front line with your teams. You are like angels. From a government perspective, I'm interested in your opinions. I think both sides of government are pretty, whether government or opposition, I think, and the general public are aware that the current spending trajectory of the NDIS is not sustainable, that there are going to be decisions made and it's got away from what it was originally intended to do. So without quivering about that, assuming that we cap the NDIS spending at 30 billion, which is still an enormous amount of spend on the budget, my question to you guys is, do you want a line of sight to what a new redesigned NDS should look like?
Absolutely. Do you want to? You look like you're yapping at the bit, Leanne.
Yeah, I think yes. As I said in my opening speech, providers would like a seat at the table to be engaged in the implementation. I think we all understand the scheme sustainability pressures, and there is more money in the sector than what there has ever been. I think we must acknowledge that. But we do want to be consulted around implementation, because over the last 10 years, we have seen implementation not done well. So that would be my ask of the committee, that providers are engaged and consulted, because what are sometimes blunt instruments can have drastic consequences, in particular for those with the most complex needs, who the scheme was designed for. I wouldn't want to see that cohort of people impacted inadvertently by really obtuse levers.
I don't know if it's going to be a discussion. I think it's going to be more of a, this is what tomorrow is going to look like directive. But I do genuinely want your opinion. So if you could start putting your mind to what a document, or, documentating your positions on that, and it's been remiss of me. I should have been asking some of the other witnesses today something similar, because there is a reform coming. That it is going to come much quicker than the system is ready for. But know that there's going to be a genuine intent, Leanne, to what you just said then about getting it back to looking after those people most in need, and less about parts of the evidence we took today from other witnesses were around fraud, corruption, and ripping off the system. My position is if there's no fat in the system, the money's going directly to the people that need it. That's probably it, Josh. Thank you for everything, mate.
All good, Deputy Chair. I appreciate you joining. I think the point is well made around input into the design, and this committee's deliberation is not into the actions of particular providers. It's into the administration of it by government and government agencies. So we are also acknowledging that there are improvements to be made. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here off the back of the Auditor General's reports and recommendations. So that's our work that we've got ahead of us. But your input and your advice is really valuable, and your time also is. And I really appreciate you giving us some time to be with us this afternoon. If there is any further evidence that you've agreed to take on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat, and the Secretariat will come back to you with the timing of when we'd like that information. And if we have any other further questions, we'll send it through via the Secretariat in writing. I do again appreciate the time that you've taken, to all the witnesses today, to broadcasting, and of course our amazing team in the Secretariat and all of the members who have joined us today. It's been a big week, so thank you for everyone for making today possible. And now, on that note, I'm going to close the public hearing and suspend the meeting. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, you too.